Cast is going live. Looney, do your thing.
What thing?
Shout out to
Shout out.
Catherine.
Oh,
You know the thing.
You already did it.
I stole the DM's thunder.
Shout out to Catherine. Blah blah blah.
Our one dedicated viewer. Yes.
Just a heads up, if my voice starts to go, it's because I was at a barbecue yesterday.
Nice.
Lot of talking.
Okay, I'm off to go and celebrate my brother's wedding that happened yesterday with a big fancy dinner by
First, getting myself showered up and dressed up. All right, off I go.
How dare he
Later.
be cleaned up?
Enjoy being hot, wet, and naked.
You don't know that he's gonna be hot. He'll be wet and naked.
Wow, that couldn't have been worded better.
Yeah,
Some
you
people like
shower,
to
you don't know.
Yeah.
Hot and wet, maybe. Naked is another question.
I was gonna say he could have a cold shower with clothes on.
I'm sorry, the face I just made when you said that. Oh my god.
Joel is a strange man who's unique and interesting, and I can see him having a cold, closed shower.
I think I did a spit take when you said that. Don't.
Yeah, I have a tendency towards the irreverent.
Anyhow, so we just resurrected this.
We're gonna give Jamie and Paul 5 more minutes to show up before we
Okay.
get started. So.
But I want a shirt now.
Me too.
No, too bad.
But we showed up on time.
Beat me.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
I mentioned this earlier, but now that we're all here, no cat today.
No.
Aw.
Just waiting, I think, on the SPCA to get back to us about the adoption.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, trying to get cats that way takes time.
Mm-hmm. One of the cats that we were considering, though, I will talk about because we know for sure we're not getting this cat, was named Jasper. Jasper had an amputated leg.
Aw.
So, not Jasper, Scotty. Sorry, it was Scotty.
Scotty doesn't know.
No, our immediate, the immediate reaction is Scotty Three Legs. Because that's just the perfect name.
Don't know that reference.
It's not a reference. It's just a perfect name that rolls off the tongue. Scotty Three Legs.
Oh, I can make something that's not quite the same, but sounds similar and rolls off the tongue just as well. Give me a sec.
Look, it sounded nice to my roommates and me.
What is that?
However,
for?
he needs a little bit more extra care, and I don't think we're in a position where we can provide that. So, we will not be getting Scotty Three Legs. Scotty Three Legs will find a new forever home that is hopefully loving and caring, and will take good care of him.
So I discovered how awesome creatine was.
Discovered how what?
How awesome creatine is.
Creatine?
Oh no.
The heck is creatine?
It's a pre-workout supplement.
Well, it's not just.
Oh no, he's going down the supplement rabbit hole.
We call it
I
energy
felt
booster,
amazing
just
during the workout. I felt amazing after workout. I still have energy. This shit works.
We call it energy booster. Booster.
Oh, the energy booster at Booster Juice is creatine?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I wish I knew.
Oh, wait, or is it power booster? Because I always mix up the creatine with ginseng.
Okay, well.
It's either one of those boosters.
Point is, creatine freaking works. It absolutely works as a pre-workout. Had more energy during the workout.
I mean, it's in pre-workout.
Yeah.
This channel does not endorse or present itself as an expert on supplements, please do not sue us.
No, but if you take it before your workout, you'll feel awesome.
Yeah, the
It
fun
is
part
a
of this.
potential thing. It could also just be that you are really susceptible to placebo effect.
Nope. Trust me, if I was susceptible to placebo effects, I'd be sick a lot less. Trust me.
Okay, so it's definitely a power.
Alright, we'll get started in 2 minutes if they're not here. We'll start without them.
Mm-hmm.
Down to a barbarian.
Oh right, yeah, we'd be down 2 bubbas. Oof. Let's talk our way. Let's try talking our way out of things, people. I know we usually like breaking stuff, but without having our 2 bubbas, any combats can be really rough.
If we bet.
I mean, yeah, we don't have our meat tanks. However, we still have DPS, heals, and
Not having meat tanks makes everything a lot harder.
Yeah, it does.
I know.
Like the next closest thing is we have me as our dodge tank, but some of the more powerful things, their plus to hit modifier, yeah, dodge tank ain't really cutting it.
Oh yeah, we're also gonna be down a ranger too.
Rangers are useful in
Well, a fully
combat.
magicked up cadence is really hard to hit, though.
I like to joke. Oh.
So how about that weather that we're all definitely having the same of? Because we're definitely all in the same place for sure.
It's
Kinda,
hot.
yeah, kind of stinky.
It is
It
actually
is
hot where I am too.
it is
It's
currently 90
starting
outside.
to cool off here.
Ooh.
Yeah. Where I am, it's sitting at a whopping 35 Celsius.
It's actually warmer than I am.
Yeah. Get gross out.
I'm not looking
Let's
forward this
see,
week
Ottawa
though.
is sitting at
Come.
Oh,
23 degrees.
So I have a pair of amazing news. A, I got a job. B, I might finally be getting my letters.
Nice.
What do you mean by letters?
My designation. I might finally
Letters.
be able to use the letter CPA after my name.
That's cool.
You mean you didn't before?
Nope.
Huh.
Been the CPA student for almost a decade. Finally getting my CPA.
Oh, it's a title. Okay.
Also, I may get a different job,
Didn't before.
which means I would
I'm not-
get off at like 5 o'clock on Sundays.
Oh.
That's
Hmm.
fine. That's not
So I
bad,
would just be
right?
late.
Oh, okay.
No, I just be late.
I mean, on the one hand, missing the beginning kind of sucks, but but the better job situation is a really good thing. So I hope
It being closer
Yeah.
and you know, I get my nights would be better.
Yeah, I hope you get it. Anyway, we're gonna get started now, and we'll just hopefully they join us later or whatever. And I'm gonna turn this over to Ida for the recap because I don't do those anymore.
Just a heads up, I did get back from a long trip from Madoc, so I'll do my best. I'll be a bit tired. Okay. Let's see. Alright, so we managed to go talk with Kaiser, and it turns out he can't come back with us because he's not allowed. LTAB's not allowing him to leave. So we gave him the letter and gave the idea of having him cast his vote remotely. Pleasure decided to stay with him. Then said goodbye, and I said some things that got her like really annoyed. And then
Yeah, but when is she never annoyed?
yeah, true. She's always let's see. Yeah, we went back to the material plane, went back to she was home. We finally got the vote out of the way. Shiva's now the new leader of the Damarian clan. She didn't know that she can't pick her closest people to be part of a new council. Didn't know she had to pick a new council. So, she left that in the care of the imps because she got shit to do with the others.
Yep, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it did the opening speech. Kind of went well. I think. Then, oh yeah, the ship finally fixed because the imps had to put a crap ton of cup holders for some reason.
They were
Cup
asking.
holders are important.
The flying cup holder is ready and waiting for you guys.
Yeah. So yeah, we finally got our airship back. We took that back to the aviary. We explored the big town, split up, gathered some information. We learned not to like drink or eat anything from there because that's bad. So the teams was so first it was Keith and Cadence, who have discovered where the children were, which was in the school, which they're being indoctrinated or kind of sort of hypnotized by another horned demon in their schools. Let's just say things really suck in this town ever since the demons took over. Fable learned some information about their previous worshiper, which was a giant faybird. I forgot what they were called. Calling it a giant faybird.
They called them the winged one.
The winged one, yeah. Which the Fey Queen knows about them, and we're gonna plan to meet them in the next day when we get to the Feywild. What else? Fable also talked to a patron. Learned a few things. Fortunately, what he said caused him to die, even though we all got sad about it because we didn't want to die. He seemed like a cool guy. But oh yeah, it was Fable, Sombra, and Corbel. They tried to use the resurrection spell, but he just blew up again, and he still had the antlers. So they did the reincarnation spell of Kieran did it, and he became a Goliath. But then it was pointed out that he had the Khan symbol on. So yeah, sucks. Then what else? There was Shiva, Zergath, and Paka, because Zergath just dragged Shiva away. That was fun. But we explored in the more quieter place of the town and went to a knick-knack shop where we got like little tiny figurines of the winged one. But we were warned secretly by the owner to we have to leave, so we got our things and then we left. Then Zergath discovered traps hidden with illusion magic, pits. So we decided to leave. We'll let Zergath lead, but it felt like that we were being followed by something dangerous. So we just booked it. Zergath like heard about treats and booked it, dragging me along. That happened. And then Anthos was the only one alone. And he explored at the park where he found an antler tree. By the way, correct me if I'm wrong with any of this stuff, by the way. And he also discovered multiple corpses in the pits that also had their heads blown off. That's all I remember from that part, honestly. And then eventually we all reconvened back at that old tavern, but noticed that Team Fable wasn't there. So then we went back to the ship where we saw the reincarnation happening, and we're going to start talking to the guy now. That's all I remember.
Yeah, that's more or less the gist of it.
And we had talked about bringing him to the meeting with his deity.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Mostly just to blow his mind. Only without antlers this time.
Yeah.
After reincarnation, I'll remind you, he no longer has antlers. He does still have the symbol of the Khan on his back, even after
He
reincarnation.
does still have the symbol?
Yeah, he
Okay,
does.
that was a thing I wasn't sure about.
He still does have that, but no antlers. Yeah, with that, we'll get officially started in.
Would the
50
Khan accept gold?
No, he'd
Probably
probably
not.
want something equally valuable.
Would he accept a lot of gold?
This is a con. I'm pretty sure he's got a lot of gold already.
I mean,
he could probably want more gold, but who knows?
look, I'm just trying to keep our economy going by spending some of the ridiculous amounts of wealth we have.
Yeah. So I believe we were gonna learn some more things from the former winged elf Goliath.
Yep. And we can't take him to the Feywild because it would be stealing.
Yeah, we promised the fucking con to not steal any of his stuff, any of the things marked his and people apparently.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. People are stuff in this place, and it sucks.
It totally sucks. Benny,
Hmm?
we're talking with the guy, remember?
All right. Well, you'd kind of talked to him before he did the whole explode race thing. So what do you ask him now specifically?
Well, now
Keith
that you
said,
have a new lease on life,
And he says, he's still kind of in shock over the double head explosion, and then also now he's Goliath, and he doesn't have wings, and he's
yeah, it
lived
kind of
with
sucks having died twice.
yeah, and now not being the same race.
well, I mean, we can try to fix that. We got a spell for that, right?
You have cake.
Yeah, but that's temporary. Unless someone wants to throw a true polymorph on this boy.
Who has that again?
That would just be to the druid. Unless one of the wizards picked it up.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, so it's
I know
just
Sildefix doesn't have it.
Kieran.
What?
You have true. Wait, yeah, you do have true polymorph. Are you still able to cast that? Maybe to change him back to what he originally was.
Isn't that a level 9 spell? Did you already use a level 9 spell?
That's a level 9 spell, yes.
I mean, we could wait till
It's not a
tomorrow.
And that's not even permanent. It will go away if they dispel magic.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it means you would have to walk away, avoid anti-magic fields, I guess, but
I mean, I feel like this isn't strictly necessary. He's
I feel
already
like
alive.
the average person doesn't do... Well, I mean, he is in the aviary.
It's true, but
Not having wings is something of an impairment here.
We have to find a way to morph him again.
Well, how about this? We give him the night to think it over. And then if he decides he wants to still be an elf after that, we can turn him back. You know, give him some agency in this whole damn thing. Something that is sorely lacking in this particular plane of existence.
Again, we're really sorry sir, but it was the only way to bring you back without the, motion making the head exploding.
On
And
the
he said-
upside, you can now probably drink all your old friends under the table.
And he says, I understand why you did it, and I guess it's better than being dead.
But also, we might be able to fix you tomorrow if you wish. You have a choice.
He says, I think I'd like to be what I was before.
Okay, well, we'll still give you the night to think it over just because resting needs to take place.
But I mean, at least you don't have the antler. You don't feel like you have the antler, do you? Or feel any of Eltab's influence on you?
He says, I don't think so. He's kind of looking himself over.
Although, I think if he eats or drinks anything from here, it may result
Yeah, you're gonna have to avoid
in the
that.
same. I mean, I feel like Babel. Babel.
Yes, my darling.
I know you're very possessive of the paintings. But I feel like if we're going to leave this gentleman here, we should at least provide him the option to not get horribly antlered in the face again. Could we leave him with something to eat and drink of reasonable variety?
How long are we talking? Like, are you looking for provisions for a week?
I mean, how long until we murder Eltab?
Even if we do kill Eltab, there's still the matter of the con mark on him.
Yeah, I don't think we can deal with the con right now. Con is a later problem. Eltab is the
Is
now
he even
problem.
a problem? He's not really a problem.
I mean, he enslaves people, which is a problem, but
I think we have more pressing problems.
yes, this is... You know what? I'm going to make the decision. That's something for a different group of adventurers to deal with.
I see.
Maybe ones who don't have promises to the Khan not to fuck with his property.
So you're asking me to leave this indefinitely?
Kinda, yeah.
Here's what I'm concerned about. If we do leave him back in the aviary, back in the town, where like, what's gonna happen to him? Won't they suspect that he's has no antlers anymore if he's fully free?
I mean, we could ask him. He's right here. He has agency.
And he says, well, I'd like to be what I was before. He says, it's not a good idea if I stay.
Do you know somewhere where you can go?
He says, I do not. He says, if I stay, I will inevitably end up in the same situation I was in before.
Problem. What about
And we don't have anyone here who owes us any favors, so it's not like we can...
I had an idea about this. But this involves talking to my lady tomorrow.
Yeah, but
I'd like to buy him.
From the
That was-
con?
Yeah.
That was
Who
the
else?
suggestion I made.
Hmm?
That was the suggestion I made.
Oh yeah, with the gold. But
I suggested gold because that's what we seem to have a lot of.
We also have a lot of magic items that we don't need. I'm sure that we could trade one or two for a mere Goliath's life.
Yep.
What if he wants a soul or a slave?
I mean, some of us have souls.
I don't. I gave my last one for this freaking info.
They seem to like magic items here. I'm sure that we can convince them that it is a higher value to have something that can cast forever than having something with a finite lifespan.
Okay. Oh, wait. Does that mean we have to go through all those fucking trials again?
I don't think so. I think we have.
I think we have proven ourselves.
We could just,
And for
like,
once,
shortcut it.
yeah. And for once, we actually want to talk to him about something that he probably wants to talk about.
I
Trade.
still have like a lot of questions about the Tao. Like he seems to be already having some sort of like partnership with LTAB. But, mm, mm.
I mean, we could contact the con and make an offer.
Right? The best he can say is no, and then we're no worse off than where we were.
All right.
Honestly.
Before that, we should definitely ask
I mean, I feel like we should meet with the Fey Queen before any of this.
Mr. Goliath.
Oh, sorry, we don't know your name.
Oh, he says that's right. We never actually exchanged names. And he says,
Oh, I thought I just wasn't paying attention.
he does a slightly polite bow. And you can see he almost loses his balance. Clearly, he's not used to his proportions of his body at this point. And he says, "My name is Kraken Greenmind," and I'll put that in the chat because it's spelt in a way.
Kraken Remind?
Kraken Greenmind. You're not. I'm just gonna put it in the chat. You're not gonna be able to guess how it's spelt, so I'm just gonna put it in there.
Okay. I heard Kraken.
I did say Kraken.
Hey, it's
That's-
Jimmy Three Balls.
Kraken
That's how-
Green Mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, Kraken.
Jimmy
Kinda-
Three Balls.
kind of a shame he wasn't
But
turned into an orc.
here and yell at a random pal about how many balls he's got.
Of course, you've seen that before.
Of course I have.
Anyway. Anyway, that's his name.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
well, Mr. Greenmind.
Yep.
Is there anything that you wanted to be able to tell us before that you couldn't? That now you might possibly be able to?
He says, I guess it depends how much context you're able to get from what I was saying.
That sounds like a fabled question because I wasn't here for that.
yeah.
Well, let's see. From what I gathered, something bad is inaugurating your children. Something very culty, yes? Demonic, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm.
He says,
Oh, I saw
yeah.
that.
And he says,
Yeah, demons are teaching the kids.
And he says, based on the antlers, I think they must be connected to the thing that's enslaving us all and restricting us so much. And he says, from what the kids are being told, they're being indoctrinated to make them the perfect servants.
Oh, fuck that.
Look, we should definitely kill LTAB just for that alone.
Yeah, that's not great.
Agreed.
Not gonna lie.
And he says, I don't know what the con is involved. He says, after the antlers restricted us, we were forced to get these marks. He's referring to the Khan's marks. He says, I don't know why the Khan suddenly has interest in us when he never has before.
I think I know why. We were at the marketplace and we saw at the fight pits two winged elves with antlers fighting. What was a minotaur, right?
And yeah, it was. And he says, that's strange because our people, we're not particularly good fighters. We wouldn't be much use for that.
I think Eltab is using those antlers to make you into his army.
He says, but even if we're forced to obey, we don't know how to fight, and we're not strong. We're not capable of great magic. We don't. What purpose do we serve as an army?
To be fair, you weren't his first choice.
It was an army to serve Eltab because Eltab is working for Clamsmodius and he wants to reclaim his place in the abyss. Am I getting that right, by the way?
Yep.
And he says, but I still don't understand. We can't fight. We wouldn't serve anyone any use at all. That doesn't make any sense. And then what does that have to do with the Khan?
We don't know.
Okay, I think I see where this is going.
Oh my god, is this like with the Aviary with the...
He's treating the elves as servants for something the Khan has to make an army.
Or Keith says, or
we're in the middle of a trade. Khan gets a whole bunch of servants in exchange for... Gotta be the Minotaurs, right?
Minotaurs is a good choice.
Minotaurs would make a good army.
Just realized if Eltab didn't use the winged elves, might clan be subjected and enslaved by the Khan in their place?
No, I think this is a deal that he's making because he wasn't able to get your clan.
Yeah.
This is a because he got fucked over, he now has to improvise.
I'm so sorry.
No, why are you apologizing for freeing your people?
I know, but
It is not your fault. Eltab is a bastard.
Facts.
I know he's a bastard. I just hate the fact that he had to go to another group of innocent people. Just because he...
Like I said, Eltab is a bastard.
He is. What are we gonna do with the marks? If he has them, who knows? The Khan might own all of them, for all we know.
That is very much a possibility. And like I said, that may have to be something someone else has to deal with.
You can't save everything all the time.
I know.
But if we can deny Eltab his army, maybe the deal doesn't go through.
Alright, hang on a sec.
Maybe, if we screw over Eltab, the Khan can't... Basically, I say we interrupt whatever this trade is, because that way Eltab doesn't get his army, and maybe the Khan doesn't get all these people. Maybe. But
Sounds reasonable to me.
if nothing else, I mean, they won't have Antler head exploding. And then the rest can be someone else's problems to solve.
There are other powerful people in this world. Why not let them take a turn?
I'm sure there's other adventurers about. Maybe just waiting in the wings.
Sorry, I'm
Like my
back.
apprentice.
Somewhere on a different plane, a young man shivers.
Sorry, I'm back. Sammy was like barking outside. What I
How
miss?
dare.
Doc, doc, doc.
What I
Anyway,
miss?
DM.
I think our next step is either the fake queen or the con, whichever has to happen first.
I think the con, because we would want to bring Kraken with us, right? It might do
do have
him
an-
some good, right?
Yeah. I have an idea for
Hmm.
him.
Well, then
That is if he's
then
interested.
let us onwards to the con. How do we do that?
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves.
No, I think we've been talking a lot, and now we need to actually decide on action.
But we need to have our meeting first.
With the fake queen?
Yeah.
No, that has to happen after, because we can't take Kraken with us.
We need to buy the man first.
Or trade in for a favor. They seem to like those.
I
I
don't know about that
do not like being beholden to beings of such flexible morality.
Jerks. You mean jerks.
Yeah, jerks.
Yeah. I don't think we can rent him, Keith. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I don't think he does rentals.
That doesn't sound like a viable option.
Plus, I don't think we want to know what like the security deposit would be on that.
I'm really starting to think this place is fire.
Playing over sucks.
It does. Even the one place that looks cool sucks because they're fucking enslaved.
Unfortunately, my
Alright.
only thought is explode them.
Damn it, Druid. Stop confusing us with your facts.
Well, okay. So how do we get back to the con?
Wait, how?
We think about going back really hard and just keep walking.
Through air.
You could always just do a sending message.
I mean, yeah, we could try to contact him and be like, we have an offer for you.
Do we have? We have another circle, right?
Yes.
All right. Who wants to message the con?
I feel like this is a Fable one.
My dear. The funny thing is, I know you're playing me, but you're right.
I get it.
Congratulations, you're the party face.
Hmm.
All right, all right. Let's contact this maniac. Um, hmm. Would I just be able to use a sending scroll, DM?
You don't see why not.
We did it before.
All right. I will send him a message. And I will say, what's his title again? Khan?
Yep.
Yeah.
O mighty Khan, greatest of the Tao, I wish to discuss trade. Promise to make it worth your while.
Hmm.
Set time and place.
All right. You send your sending, and it does work, so you know that means it wasn't blocked. And after a moment, you get a response of, something stopped me from bringing you here.
What?
Oh,
And
what's
then,
stuff?
and then Zergath loudly barks.
No.
Oh,
Zergath, what
yeah,
is it?
that'll do it.
yeah, Zergiath prevented us from being teleported.
Oh, Zergath, why?
Because you told him to not let anyone do that.
He's not a very bright puppy.
Yeah.
No, Zergath, we want to be teleported this time.
And then,
Oh, wait, is that why Lemon Cake couldn't come with us?
no, that was a separate
That was a
thing.
different thing. No, okay, never.
Yeah. And so, Zergath doesn't quite understand, but you said to let you be teleported, so he lets you be teleported. And you are all immediately teleported back to the throne room, and you are standing in front of the Khan once again.
Sorry about that.
Including our Goliath friend?
Yep. He just grabbed the whole group.
Wonderful. And Fable will bow. I am amazed and humbled by your punctuality in this matter.
And he says, well, when I'm promised a deal be worth my while, I have no need to wait.
I respect a man who understands his principles and values what's important. Let us discuss business. I wish to purchase some muscle from you. I have grown attached to this one.
And
I have
he
further
looks,
plans for him.
yeah, he's gonna look him over and he's gonna say, I don't remember this piece of my property, but I can tell that no doubt he does belong to me.
That is how insignificant he is.
And he says, and what do you
However,
offer?
what do I offer? I offer you a slave for a cage. And Fable will hand out one of her iron bands of Bolero.
And he says, very interesting.
Poetic, is it not?
And he says, valuable indeed. And you
I
can
offer
see,
you something that will help you enslave others forever in exchange for something that will live and die and then be worth nothing to you.
and he says, "Oh, I don't need help with the enslaving. I am fully in control of that. But nonetheless, a magical object of that quality does have value to it." He says, "Is it more than this man?"
You knew what this item was the moment I pulled it out, and you understood its worth. You didn't even remember the face of this nameless slave. That should tell you what is worth more.
He says, "Very well. You make a fair argument."
So I've been told.
And he says, "Then we have a deal. You can have him. He's yours to do with as you please." And he says, "I just need a symbol to replace mine with yours."
Not a problem. I'm going to use the old symbol of Prey Shoe that I made.
And
He is now Fey property.
and he says, "All right then," and he reaches out his hand towards you.
Fable will extend.
And he says, "A deal is struck." And the symbol off of Kraken's back disappears and is replaced. And the offered iron bands disappear.
Well, bargained and done.
Yeah. And he says, "However, I would like to propose an additional deal to you." And he points to Zergath and he says, "That. How much for that?"
No! He is mine! He's my boy!
Would you?
I'm
Never
afraid
sell.
she's very attached.
She is quite attached, however. How do you feel about puppies?
He says, "That is no puppy."
No, but what if he was to have a litter in the future? Would you be interested in purchasing a puppy?
He says, "I would. Things
Shiva!
like that are fairly rare."
Shiva, we need to get into breeding.
Lord have
That
mercy!
means we need to find another one.
But like, I don't even know if our cantaloups get. Wait, would cantaloups get attached to their babies though?
Either that or they eat them. I feel
Would
like it's no in between with something like that.
would I know that?
I'm gonna say you have no idea. Yeah, and honestly, you've been trying to keep him under control, and he hasn't been around as different Arcanala for a while.
Well, no, we still have alkaline.
Yeah, but as part of keeping him under control, they have been separated because otherwise, you know what they were doing.
Oh
Puppies.
no.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Just saying for the future. We're not going to be adventurers forever. We need retirement plans.
Okay.
Look at his plan,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. That might be a certain thing to get, I don't know, information, or maybe for him to break off a deal with a certain asshole.
All right. Well, I don't know much about our cantaloups and how attached they're about their bait. Wait, Zergath, do you know how would you?
I don't think Zergiath has that level of intelligence.
Not yet, anyway.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you what.
Hey, Sildfix did her best. It ain't
All
getting
right,
any smarter.
All right. Fine. I'll when we get back home, I'll have him and Alkaline. You know, and if they have puppies, baby cantaloupes, and if they're okay with them being separated, we can like. How many would you want, by the way?
Oh God.
Look, how
Amazing.
about let us not
We'll be in
count
touch.
our arcanolots before they hatch?
Good work
I
for
don't know
me.
how they.
Yeah.
He says, "Well,
How
if at any
about
point you end up
we'll
with
be
one
in
for sale,
touch
yeah, please
if and when that becomes an option.
Yes.
and think about what you might wish to ask for in return. I'm quite interested in those."
Brilliant.
Will do.
I love the idea of future trade.
He says, "All right, well then our deal is done, our business is included, and off with you." And he claps his hands, and then you're teleported back to where you were.
My first slave.
Okay, we should
It'll be your
probably.
last slave.
Slave.
We
If it
should-
isn't your last slave, that'll be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I thought
We
your
should
first one
probably-
was the elf kid.
Shiva,
Yes.
you should probably now tell Zergiath to prevent teleportation, unless we, specifically tell him
Okay.
to allow it. Otherwise, we don't know who's going to teleport us next.
Okay. All right, Zergat. If we want to be teleported, you gotta stop the dimension lock. Okay. Only when we tell you. Okay.
And he goes, okay.
Good boy. Hey.
Oh, yeah, I
Come on, my
believe that.
boy.
And for no
We're
reason,
fucked.
completely unconnected to anything, I'm just gonna quickly
Uh-huh.
roll some dice here. Don't worry about it; it's unimportant.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It's so well Zergiath understands the instructions. That's my bet.
Should I just do an intimidation just for him to remember?
No.
I don't think intimidation's going to help.
Oh, it's a -4. Never mind. It's got a 15 though. Damn it.
All right. Anyway, there you go. He says,
Uh-huh.
okay.
But hey, Mr. Kraken, you're free now.
Sort of. I
Not
mean,
quite. He just trade owners. He's not free.
Fable.
Work on
Just being honest. I haven't freed him yet.
then
See?
get to it.
Cadence is hands on hips looking at Fable like, Fable? I know this is fun, and I know you're joking, but don't.
See, it's a good thing that you're a
alright.
Goliath now because he did not recognize you at all. He probably would have recognized you if you were your old self.
He says,
I don't think he gives a shit.
He says, I doubt he would have recognized me, but maybe he would have cared if he'd realized I was an elf.
Yes.
There.
So, now that you're, free and experiencing a new life and looking for purpose, you looking for a job?
And
Technically,
he says,
he'll do any job that you want him to.
yeah, I mean, as of right now, you realize like the symbol's still on his back, so just being like
Yeah.
you're free doesn't free him.
No, I
but-
know.
What?
I know. Fable knows.
And he says,
But I'd like to formally offer him a job instead of forcing him to take a job.
And he said, a job?
Yeah.
Yes. A job.
Doing what? You're
gerb.
not very good at a lot of things.
He took my job.
I
Stop it.
disagree. Do you know why I cared so much about saving you?
He says, I really don't understand that at all.
All right. Then let me start explaining some things to you. And Fable puts down whatever's in her hands, and she folds her hands up and makes sure that she makes eye contact. Here's the thing. I was a complete stranger that you knew absolutely nothing about, that walked into a bar and started acting very strangely. I started a conversation about nothing that had to do with me. And you decided to take a chance, even though you knew that you would die at the end of it, just for the idea that maybe it might help people that you care about. I have use for men like you. You have potential. Do you understand?
He says, I think I understand what you're saying. And he says,
Here's
I
what
guess if you've use for me somehow, I guess it can't hurt. Maybe I'll be able to do more good.
I'm glad that's what you want. Because here's what I need. Here is my offer to you. And I recommend that you think very hard about this. Currently, it is my job to keep darkness and cold, and arrogance and summer away from each other, and to stop them from being at each other's throats and killing each other. Currently underneath me, in order to maintain this peace, I have a representative from each house. However, what I do not have is a representative of neutrality. Someone who represents me. Someone who has nothing to do with any history or represents any house. The tiebreaker. Are you interested in becoming something more?
And he says, you think I'm capable of that?
I do. Because from the very moment I met you, all you thought about was the well-being of others. That is what I need.
And he says, well, if you think I can do it, I'll give it a shot.
And if you don't, I have somebody to throw under the bus.
That's fucked.
That's
Hey,
not
lol.
please.
I'm sorry. I I couldn't
And
help it.
he actually chuckles in a bit. He says, I have a friend who has a sense of humor like yours.
Oh, you mean a good one?
Where's your friend?
And he says, he's one of the other elves. And he says, he was sitting at the table with us.
There was nobody at the table with us.
No, when I remember when I described, he was sitting there with two other guys, but he was the only one who
Oh.
talked.
Oh, was he the one that said you should probably go?
No, he didn't say. He said nothing. Like the only elf who said anything was Kraken.
Aw.
I'm assuming his friends booked it once his head exploded.
Yeah. Actually, no, I guess they stayed sitting, but eventually they did leave. I mean, you guys really booked it. You took the body and were just like, bye. And it's not like they didn't know what was going to happen as well.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knew what was going on at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I mean,
Just
they
a
knew
little
there was
bit.
a good chance that when he was talking to you, that was the result, and then it happened, and then you grabbed the body and you ran off, and it was like,
Yeah.
He probably thought we were.
I mean, was that or a mass grave?
What an interesting thing that happened.
Yep. And he says,
And it's not like they could express any anger over it, because then their heads would explode.
Yeah, of course, exactly. It's not like they didn't say anything, and even when you were conversing, they didn't say anything. That like everyone like when he started talking to you, he knew he was likely to die. They knew he was likely to die. They chose not to say anything because they would also die.
Why? I guess they're attached to the guy now.
Yeah, and Kraken will say, I have many friends amongst our people. He says, I'd like to see them freed if possible. So I'll help you with anything I can.
Well, maybe not only will you be able to find a way to free your people by working with me in the Fae, but maybe they will finally hear of your exploit.
And he says, huh?
You are going to do great things. I am very excited for you.
And he says, as long as I'm helping people, that's the only thing I care about at this point.
Perfect.
So
We just gotta figure out how to turn him back into his original self.
Yeah, that's tomorrow problem.
We rest then?
I mean, what time is it, DM?
At this point, it's like 6 o'clock ish, so it's getting kind of early evening.
Okay.
should we tell him of
Well,
tell him?
My suggestion: feast, then nap. See, now
I'm
you
gonna
don't
tell
have to
Matt
give up the paintings. Oh god, did you do this entire thing of buying him just so you wouldn't have to give up the paintings?
Sable's ears twitch.
Oh my god, really?
I'm not giving up those paintings.
I thought you gave up a painting already.
I did. One, and that was,
Tough. Very difficult.
yes, that was a lot. That was a
they,
lot.
They stem
I-
from a fun family moment where Fable and the boys stole them from a museum in a
Wonderland.
giant food fight.
Yeah, that was.
And yeah, those I like the rest of that one I gave out wasn't my favorite.
Which one was
It's
that one
like-
again?
I think it was the Olive Garden.
Yeah, it was Olive Garden.
Oh yeah, that one.
It was all right. The breadsticks were good.
Yeah, they were.
And they're unlimited.
But
Everything was unlimited. That's how the
Well, we had to sacrifice the breadsticks. We had to sacrifice the breadsticks.
we did.
Not sponsored
broke
by
the
Olive Garden. If that wasn't clear.
So if you
Sorry,
reach
Paul,
out to
no
Joel,
breadsticks. Maybe
if you reach out to Joel, maybe we could make that work. You know.
No. I don't think we're ever going to have sponsorships.
No, of course not.
Giants do well with crotch. We're not doing the cheese fish, Joel.
Gross.
Mm.
I invented it and gross.
Although I'm surprised we haven't
Gross.
gotten contacted by Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh God!
I mean,
Nice.
no, Joel hasn't been.
God.
How do you know he hasn't been beating them off, telling them to piss off? For all we know, he has.
Or
Anyway.
NordVPN.
Or that fucking headphone shit.
Oh yeah, Raycons.
Raycon.
There you go.
I love
God,
how
those-
these things are so ubiquitous.
Just buy a good pair of headphones.
No fucking G
There's
Fuel.
better headphones for cheaper than Raycon.
Yeah.
See,
Yep.
I appreciate the ones that are just like so obscure that's like, wait, the fuck?
You can also get the bone ones. What are they called?
Yeah, I still remember the
All right, I'm gonna bring it back.
skull.
We
I
are-
was gonna
Sorry.
mention the NordVPN ads too.
Yeah,
That was my fault.
it's fine. It's fine. Anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna like some dinner.
Well, here's a thought. Our meeting may not be till tomorrow, but we could go see the Fey Queen tonight if we wanted.
And stay in the
Go to
Feywild?
Stay in the Feywild, somewhere a little safer, if we
That's
wished.
saying, and
We
that's
could
saying something.
even, we might even, if we ask really nicely, get to see our children.
Mm-hmm.
Oh right, the whole summer camp.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't know about you, but I miss mine.
Yeah.
Dude. Just so much shit keeps
Okay,
happening.
but okay, here's the question. Can I get my mom and dad first?
I don't
Because
see
if I'm
how.
gonna be visiting Sunny, he needs to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
I can't think of a better time.
Sure. While we're there, we could also check up on Cole's parents and see how they're doing too.
There, DM. Deal with 3 NPCs talking to each other.
Actually, if we're going back to material plane, I should probably go check up on my clan to see how the
Yeah, you should definitely check in on your people that you technically now rule.
Yeah, oh my god.
Have fun with that.
Fine.
Okay, I'm guessing we're taking the airship?
Yep.
The flying cup holder?
What? No, we're not calling it that.
It's definitely being called that.
Damn it.
Called it that. It's already, I told you, they already painted it on the side over whatever it was used to be called.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, the main cannon is still called the Clam Hammer.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Oh my god, we're gonna take Mr. Kraken to the material plane.
And he says, I've never gone to another plane before.
Oh, I like it. Although, there's no sky islands, everything is on the ground.
Which is one of the downsides, honestly. Sky Islands are just undeniably cool.
He says, well, they wouldn't do me any good right now anyway. He says,
It's just
"Can't
the
fly,
coolest
so-"
aesthetic ever.
He says, I am partial to them myself. He says, but without wings, it really,
Well, we might fix that.
He says, I hope so.
I don't know. We can ask the Archdruids if they have a method. They're old enough.
More permanent true polymorph?
Yeah, they're old enough to maybe know.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright. You guys.
Okay, well, Silifix will set course for the prime material plane, and
Yeah, a portal opens up and the ship flies through it. You're back in the material plane.
You're back home?
You're back home.
she, like, if you told her where you wanted to go, she would have gone for the, what's it called? Thinger. The Shadowhorn.
Oh, yeah, to the Demarian clan, yeah.
Yeah, she would have gone to the Demarian clan first, because I feel like that's our priority just for Shiva.
Okay.
I am going to make you be responsible. Deal with it.
Okay. I should just.
And then I think we could just use teleportation circles from there to go disperse wherever else we want to go.
Yeah.
Alright, so you return to the Demarian clan, and all the meetings seem to have finished and ended, and there are certainly a whole bunch of imps around town now, like a lot of imps.
This is a lot more than I expected. Dobby?
Dobby appears from behind you.
Whoa, okay.
He's been learning from Jeeves.
I can see that.
Not you two. So how's coming up with the council going so far?
He says, oh, we already did that. We finished. The council's completed. They've already been working on stuff.
Well, really?
He says, oh yeah. Everyone's in agreement on everything. Been really
Who's
fast.
on the council?
And he says, well, Mr. Shiva left us in charge of figuring out the council, so we did. We were told to pick the people who would be best at it.
And what
And
people are
those people were?
Oh,
and he
God.
says, I'm on the council. Shiva's parents are on the council.
What?
So Shiva's parents are allowed on the council, but I'm not allowed on the council.
Wait! No!
No, I feel like this is getting just a little too. Shiva, I don't think you could delegate this one.
No, Dobby, you can't have it be my parents.
But we already did it.
What? Okay, first of all, that's not fair because, like, I can't have my fiance be part of the council, but you let my parents be part of the council. It's got to be people who aren't biased.
He says, but you didn't pick them, so it's fine. No one's complained.
No one's complaining.
He says, "Oh, the last member."
Corbel's just handing the popcorn off to Fable.
Yeah, and he says, and the last 2 members of the council, rounding it out to 5, because you said to make sure it's an uneven number, is Kaiser's son.
Wait, hold on. An uneven number?
No,
I didn't
Odd
say to make
number.
sure.
Odd
No, I
number.
said
You said
odd.
number.
Odd. I said odd. Yeah.
Did I say an odd number?
Yes.
You did.
We very much pushed for it to be an odd number.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
but
he
wait.
says the last 2 members are Kaiser's sons.
Honestly, I think that could be okay. I gotta remember their names. What were their names again?
Hang on, I've got them written down
Yeah.
somewhere.
Wait, but Dobby, why are you part of the council? It's supposed to be for the Damarian clan.
He says, everyone agreed that I should be on the council. They said it was good. Well, actually, it was your mom who said it first.
Of course it was.
Oh, God damn it, Mom. Okay, well,
And he says,
so
and
what's...
also, we've been making some changes. The council decided on some stuff on your behalf.
What kind of changes?
And he says, let's see. We changed your title. You're now Queen Shiva instead of Leader Shiva.
What?
Your Highness!
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to pull a Emperor of Mankind and be like, yeah, no religion of me.
Because
Cole
that
is
totally
just
stops
bowing,
them
Your
from doing that.
Highness.
Yeah,
No! This is
Hey,
supposed to be
that's
a
why it's
leader,
hilarious.
not a queen!
You look like a queen.
I'm sorry, my title is Queen Shiva now?
He says, yes.
Oh my god. Corbel's eating popcorn.
Sorry,
Now
hang
address
on a
your
sec.
people.
Steven's working again. Give me a sec.
And then he. Oh, oops, that's the wrong chat. Yeah. Ignore that.
Cole's tail's just wagging, all happy for Shiva, like, oh, the queen.
And I found their names. I had written them down, and I figured out where I wrote them down. Yeah, she's probably making that face. I haven't even gotten to the last thing they already changed. This is one other thing. All right, and then Dobby says, and there was one other change that we implemented.
Okay, I'm back.
And he
Don't
says,
listen.
also the imps have been given full citizenship in the clan.
What?
I mean, full citizenship isn't, strictly speaking, a bad thing, because now they're not likely to end up subservient and second-class citizens.
Was that all I missed, by the way, when I left?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Well, I
They
mean,
work fast.
wow. Wait, when did you decide full citizenship?
He says,
Full
right
citizenship.
right after you left and the council was formed and we made you queen, and then we did that.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, I am the mistress of the imps, so it's honestly, it's honestly nice that you guys would have a home. I mean, yeah, it can't be that bad. But do I really have to be queen? I mean, like, I thought I'm like a mayor or something. Why queen?
He says, Your mom said it sounded better.
Oh my god. Mom!
You know it does sound better.
Well, of course you'd like that.
Yeah, that's just because he gets to be
Wait,
Prince
oh my god,
Consort.
does that make you my king?
No, he's Prince Consort.
Oh.
Okay. I can live with that.
He said, and Dobby says, "Oh, we should figure out what he should be called at the next meeting. I'll make sure to write that down so that it's as the topics to be brought up."
We're good.
Does that mean Emma's a princess?
And Dobby says, "Oh, another
she
good
already
thing to
is.
bring up in discussion." He's got a little notepad out and he's jotting down things. He's like, "Good things to bring up in the next."
The moment, like, her
council
eyes are starting to get all starry. And I was like, wait, does that make Blake also my sword? Wait, no, oh, God, I just realized. So you turned a democracy into a monarchy, basically.
Oh God.
Monarchy.
He says, "Not yet."
Okay, that's actually not.
Is that, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
I don't like that. Not yet.
Monarchies aren't inherently bad. It's just the fact that the leaders.
So when you
It
have a
should
shit
definitely
rolling
be a
leader, which is like
you
9 times
could
out
make
of
it a
10.
constitutional monarchy.
I like the British. Unfortunately, that means
Yeah.
being like the British.
I don't want to be like the British. No offense.
Yeah, no offense to any British viewers who might eventually.
Catherine's actually British. Said.
Yeah, I did know that.
So's James. Okay, well, mumbles. Do I at least... Wait. Sorry, I don't know if it picked up.
It did
Do
not.
I at least...
Still didn't pick it up.
Damn it! Okay. Do I at least get a crown?
He says, "Isn't it funny you ask about that?"
Give her a fucking tiara.
What?
And he says, "You're here, so before I forget, I'm supposed to measure you for a crown."
How long is that going to take?
He says, "Oh, not long." He says, "I never actually measured Queen Shiva's head before. So I just need, that's the only measurement we don't have."
Oh God! Just imagine the people watching this at home, like, oh, we elected her, and then her first act was to declare herself a queen.
I mean, technically, she didn't do that.
I didn't do that. They did.
Yeah, but
That we did.
people paying attention, people in their homes aren't necessarily going to know the difference.
But get a crown.
Declare herself a queen, elect her close relatives to positions of high power.
Get a crown.
Yeah, and at this point, Dobby kind of just flies up and starts measuring Shiva's head and her horns and everything. And then he says, "Oh, and for your royal outfits, would you rather have red, green, or pink?"
Red.
He says, and you can see he's jotting down stuff, and he's like, "Red." All right.
And they're gonna call you the Blood Queen.
And he says, "What kind of
I just pick red because it looks nice on me."
He says, "What kind of gems do you want on everything?"
Oh, not on everything. I don't want to look like a goddamn disco ball.
And he says, "All right." He says, "You know what?
Are they gonna mint currency with your face on it?
Oh God.
Okay. Rubies and maybe some emeralds and sapphires."
I mean, green does make a nice counter to red sometimes.
Yeah, he says, "But not too
And a little
many."
gold. Gold will bring
And he
that
says,
out
"Oh,
real
that's
nice.
a good idea. Gold as well." And he's just jotting down all of these things. And then he says, "What kind of style? Flowy or more practical?"
More practical. Because like I don't want to get something caught on it when I'm like
And he
walking
says,
around.
"Okay, flowy only for formal events."
Yes. Wait, why am I so into this? What the heck?
And then he says, "All right, there we go." He says, "All right, I have everything I need for this. All right, I'll see you later." And then he disappears.
This is what you get for delegating.
Anyways, congratulations on restarting the monarchy. Unintentionally, but still did it.
Oh, I can't undo it.
I mean, they've called you a queen. You could literally wave your hand and say no.
Yeah, good luck with that. They call me Mistress.
Your Highness. Bows.
Shut up!
Actually, in this case, I believe it would be your
Majesty.
grace or your majesty.
No, Your Majesty.
Eh.
That's
I
only
think
if it's a hereditary title.
I think it's cute.
It might not have to. It might not be a hereditary thing. Maybe it's more like Star Wars Naboo style, where
I think
you
it's
get
cute
old
that Shiva's the queen.
and then
I think it's cute.
What are the odds these people are just going to vote for Shiva's next of kin?
Oh.
Emma.
look. By the time that may be relevant, maybe Emma will be a fantastic potential leader. Who knows?
Only the
But also, I think
though.
you should maybe, I don't know, suggest things like term limits.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of how we got the problem in the in our hometown.
Maybe, and this is something I overheard from the wizard. You know the one.
Mm-hmm.
An ethics committee?
What is that?
As I understand it, it's a bunch of very boring people sitting in a room deciding if deciding whether every action is of benefit to the greater whole or of benefit to a single or multiple individuals. Basically, it's to prevent people in power from using that power to enrich themselves and entrench themselves into systems so that they can never be removed.
Okay. Make sure I don't get corrupted. But wait,
Like,
I thought that's what the
say,
council.
if you started lopping off heads of everyone who disagreed with you, that might be a cause for people to, perhaps question whether that action was ethical.
Mm-hmm.
So, first off, don't do that.
I wasn't gonna chop people's heads off.
Yet. I don't know, you're a queen, maybe it'll go to your head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chop.
Power changes people, as I understand it.
That's
But then, I live a somewhat more, I don't want to say ascetic life as a monk, but
You're also just a more laid back person in general.
oh yeah, no, I try to avoid being in charge of anything. This is why I find this hilarious.
But it was your idea, your suggestion that I should.
Yes, that's why I find it hilarious.
What? Wait, you just did this because you thought it would be funny?
You gotta have a joke or two sometimes.
You do know who my sister is, right? I mean, just because it's adopted doesn't mean it's not. She's not my sister.
Anyways, she was
Yeah.
now queen.
Also, when I tell my parents later, they're going to laugh so much.
Evil.
Does that mean I'm gonna be like? I just don't. Just mumbling to myself now. Anyway, we should probably go pick up your parents, right? Probably
Yeah, let's
check
go
up
do
on
that.
them. Yeah, let's go do that.
Yeah, you guys can go do that.
Okay. Good luck with the archdruids.
Yep, I'll go do that. See if they have any ideas.
Okay.
All right. I actually think we're gonna do the archdruids first. We'll do Kieran's chat with them.
Okay.
Then we'll do the picking up Cadence's parents.
Okay.
So Kieran heads off to little demi-plane of the archdruids. There's the great elder tree that's there. The druids are kind of just hanging out the way they do. They're pretty slow to do things for the most part. They've been around a little while. And when Kieran shows up, one of them says, "Welcome back, keeper of the staff."
Yep. I'm here.
Yeah. Hot chocolate.
And one of them says, "What can we do for you?"
I was going to ask a question about turning somebody back into the race they were before they reincarnated, if that's possible.
And one of them says, "You want to undo a reincarnation."
I want to, because it's kind of hard to live for the guy to live if he's not able to fly in the place that only has flying islands.
And one of them says, "I see. We understand. There's a couple ways to do this. One of them says true polymorph is probably the simplest, but also potentially can be undone without some greater intervention."
Mm.
And he says, if you can get a being of sufficient power to back you up with that spell, you should be able to make it permanent. He says any god should do, as long as they're of sufficient strength.
Okay.
Well, we are going to beat the fake queen later.
He says a more brutal and potentially longer effort effect would be to continue to repeatedly reincarnate someone until they end up however they want, but that might take a while and might have mental effects that you might not want for this person.
Yeah, I'd like them to live happy and healthy. That's kind of the reason why I'm doing this.
Multiple deaths is not fun. He's already had 2.
He says we wouldn't necessarily recommend that one. He says other than that, we don't know of any easy ways to permanently do it. So if you, we recommend trying to get a god to assist you with the polymorphing.
Okay. I'm sure there's at least one I'm on good terms with. We'll try that.
Alright, and they say, well, we wish you good luck, keeper of the staff, and come back if you need any help with anything else, or especially if you need help protecting the staff.
They really want the staff, don't they?
No, they're the ones who gave it to Kieran in the first place.
Yeah. They just like the staff a lot.
It's more that they...
I think it's just really important.
It's extremely important to them, so if he needs help in any way in regards to keeping it safe, they want to know.
Oh, I had a thought, though.
Oh, yeah?
We used the power of the staff to undo the death part of the Desert of Death.
It was just the desert.
It was just the desert.
One of them says, "Oh, we never actually occurred to us to use the staff for that, but it should be capable now that you have all the stones."
Very cool. Put that on the list.
Yeah, it's a
He
little
brings out
side
a,
quest. That'll be a
brings out a
quick
notebook
little.
and puts it like on like page 50.
That's if we find ourselves with a nice relaxing afternoon.
Yeah, and actually, one of them does say, "Word has gotten to us of a small settlement that's been established there. You should coordinate with them because they found a way to purify the desert as well."
Yeah, we know those people.
Abigail.
Yep. A thumbs up. Yep. We'll make sure. Anyways, thank you for your help. Shall go now attempt to help this guy.
And one of the head druid says, "Of course, we're always here for you. You're one of our own. You've been entrusted with the staff. You're a hero of the world. It's our duty to help you."
Yeah, duty.
Yeah. Anyways, epic. And then I just kind of disappear.
I will say, by the way, upon returning, the staff has the branches off the top of the staff are slightly bigger and leafier now.
Oh.
Very cool. I'm sure this has no ramifications on anything.
All right. Those who are going to get Cadence's parents, whoever are those of you who were doing that, where do you go to look for them in the first place?
I mean, use the teleportation circle to get to the mansion. And then probably, you know what? I'll just ask Jeeves.
All right.
I'm on my way towards the tree, and I'm asking Jeeves this. And then if he says they're somewhere else, I'll change direction.
Yeah. So as you're like, "I'm gonna ask Jeeves," he kind of just appears from behind something, and he says, "Cadence, can I help you with something?"
Yes, Jeeves. Mom and Dad, are they in the tree?
He says they are not, but I do know where they are.
Okay, I need to fetch them because we're going to go on a trip and I'm going to finally introduce them to their grandchild.
He says, well, you can find them having tea with Breezy."
Oh. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess they know Breezy, and
Yeah, they know them.
it's weird how everyone we know seems to have either have been from your party or like, small world.
And he says, "It is sometimes."
Okay, well, I will make my way to Breezy's then. Want me to bring her anything?
And he says, "Just check your pockets."
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just thought I'd be polite and ask.
And on your way out, Jesus will say, "I do and have always respected your impeccable manners. You were raised quite well."
Yeah, sure, that's totally from how I was raised.
So you head off to Breezy's. You know where it is. It's not that far away. It's take Cadence very long to get there.
I mean, she's not going full tilt.
Sure.
She does saunter like a cat sometimes.
Well, as you saunter through town, I'll say you see the bacon stand as busy as ever.
I don't stop for bacon.
All right, and then you make it to Breezy's house.
Knock, 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 knock.
The door opens, and Kern says, "Yeah, they're in the back."
Thank you.
And Cadence, when you get back there, you see Bernadette, Breezy, your parents, and Jeeves having tea.
Ah, he's already. Yep.
Butler magic.
I'm just gonna like pull the tea out of my pockets and like sort of find a nice little side desk to set it on. I'm
And
sure it'll get
there's a
picked.
small chuckle between the group and Breezy even says, "Jeeves, you were actually here. You could have brought the tea yourself." And Jeeves says, "I know, but it's kind of a game now."
I just know that Jesus' love language is buttling, so.
Little bit. And Breezy says, "Anyway, come in, take a seat, Cadence."
Sure, we got some time before we have to go. Well,
Yeah, and actually, like, she motions, like, she actually gets up and walks towards you and, like, moves to put her hand behind your back to, like, lead you towards the table, and she says, "Oh, yes, you are quite busy, but it does seem like you have a moment."
okay. She joins at the table. Can I tell if my parents are having the specialty or?
It seems like they're having the same tea as Breezy, so her
Okay,
favorite tea.
so this is a nice, pleasant sit down, not a hey, let's all get high together.
Yeah. Now, I will say you can tell that they have been enjoying themselves and that they know each other extremely well as they were once former party members, so they've been reminiscing about stuff clearly.
Okay. So, we're about to make a little trip into the Feywild, for which
Woo!
Fable has suggested that we also say stop in and see all of the little ones who are there on a, well, I guess summer camp is the term we've been using. It's mostly it's to keep them out of the way so that, if anything particularly horrible shows up, nothing can attack them and hurt them. But, as a camp, so the kids don't freak out.
And Whimsy, he says, "Oh, we'd love to go with you. Honestly, we haven't been able to spend enough time with you. So
I know, I'm so busy
he says, well, it's why
saving the world.
he says we would never nag you, but if you want us to come with you, we will of course happily come."
I know. Besides, I've, she's told them about Sonny. They've probably seen his little crayon drawings on the equivalent of the refrigerator.
Yeah,
Like,
and Wander, she says, "Oh, we've been looking forward to meeting him."
well, this would be your chance. And
And she says, "Well, then we're going." And they stand up.
I mean, we could finish our tea first. We don't have to.
And she says, "Oh, don't worry, we'll have more time for tea."
Okay. Thank you.
give
And I guess we leave together?
yeah, they give the others a quick hug and they say, "All right, well, we're heading off with our daughter, and we will see you guys later."
Yeah. As soon as we're out of earshot, Cadence will whisper to her mom, Jeeves thinks I'm polite.
And she's gonna say, he's quite affectionate with you and all your friends. He gushes about you quite a lot.
I mean,
He's helped fill us in on many things.
he's the closest thing I have to a grandpa.
And that actually makes Whimsy laugh pretty hard. He says, "Can you imagine that? That's so weird."
Yeah, well, I mean, from what I understand, he went to pretty great lengths for you guys.
And he says, "Oh, he did, no doubt about that." He's and then he kind of leans in closer and he whispers really quietly, remind me to tell you about the reasons why it's funny to picture Jeeves as a grandfather."
Okay, we'll you know what, we'll get to that another time, I guess.
Yeah.
For now, let us, I guess... Are we teleporting back to the ship? I feel like we're taking the ship to the Feywild.
It sounds like you are.
Yeah.
Alright. You report back to the ship, parents in tow. Karen reports back. Is anyone else running off to do something before you guys head to the Feywild?
I'm just checking up on the council. My secret.
I'm gonna go tell my parents, say, hey, I'm heading out.
Make sure there's a few checks and balances going on in your...
Alright. So, cool. You go to find your parents, and they also are relaxing.
Mm.
They're mostly when you find them, they're in the middle of exploring the mansion and getting familiar with the place.
Okay. You don't find them in the hot tub, though. That's good.
Right?
That was my fear. It's like, I was afraid Jeeves was going to say, oh yeah, they're in the hot tub. Look, me and my parents are pretty open about a lot of things, but...
Mama, Papa!
And your dad, he walks up to you and he says, "Oh, there you are. We were just looking for you."
Really?
And he says, "Yeah." And he says,
What?
I wanted to congratulate you on being uppity to your uncle, as he called it."
You're welcome. Oh, I came to tell y'all that I am heading out with my friends to the Feywild.
And your mom says, "The Feywild? Are you sure you're going to be safe? That's really dangerous."
I've been through a lot worse.
And she like tears up slightly. She's like, "Oh, that's so sad. Why?"
Oh, come on.
And she says, "It's a failure on our part." And she's like, she embraces you in a hug, and she's like, "We're just gonna tag along just to make sure that you're safe."
What?
And
Don't
she's
No,
like,
worry,
this is a
they'll
good
find
thing.
out
This
you're
is a
in
good
tight
thing.
with a god.
No, this is a good thing. So they'll be there in the Feywild where they're safe and sound, so the Undying King doesn't get their hands on them.
Shiva?
I'm not there.
Oh,
Yeah, that was an
damn it.
above table suggestion.
yeah. And
Oh.
she's just like kind of like brushing her hair, and she's like with her hand, she's like, "Yes, we're just gonna come along with you. We barely saw you after you brought us back, and then you were off doing other things already."
Fair point. Okay. Oh, shit. I guess it's okay to come.
And like you can see that when she's like, "We're coming with you," your dad was like, "What?"
What?
Like, you hit the we are face, and then she's like, yeah, we're going with them, and he's like, I guess we're going with you.
Blue dad. Never say no to a warlock
Or your wife.
or your wife.
Yeah. And he's like, so how are we getting there?
Ship.
How
I
are
mean,
we?
you would know we have a ship.
That's right. We have a ship. Forgot about that fucking ship.
And he's like, oh, that the ship, okay. And he says, all right, well, we will see you on the ship.
Okay. And please be on y'all's best behavior.
And he says, I'm always on my best behavior.
Cole just stares at him.
And he's like, what?
I'm sure Javes could tell them which teleport circle would bring them to the ship.
Well, they can see the ship, and as he's like, what? You can see he starts to shift and transform as he starts to transform into a dragon.
For the love of God.
I'm like,
Dad!
And he's like, what?
Go back to human form!
He's like, it's so uncomfortable to be all crammed in that tiny form all the time.
How do you think I feel?
He's like, yeah, but you're not fully grown yet. It hasn't kicked in yet. You'll see it's gonna get way worse.
Everybody calls me tiny when I'm not fucking tiny.
He says, I didn't say you were tiny. I just said you weren't fully grown yet. He says, you know, it's gonna take a couple 100 years. You'll see.
And then I'll
We're
have
just gonna
my
fly
own.
over there.
Fine.
I mean, nothing wrong with stretching his wings.
He says, it would do you good to stretch yours.
My wings are out. They're already stretched as it is.
He says, that's not what I meant. You know what I meant.
What, become a dragon?
He says, yes.
Oh, fine. Turns into a dragon.
You can be anything you want to be, but become a dragon. Always become dragon.
Yeah. Usually the best way to go.
And your mom, who was about to climb on top of your dad's back, is like, oh, actually, and she hops on your back.
Mom's on my back. Haha.
And
He's like, kiss my ass, Dad. Flies off.
He just starts laughing as he follows you. All right.
He's like,
the rest of you on the ship, there's just an alarm sound that goes off, and then you can hear imps being like, dragons, multiple dragons.
Oh, hush it, you.
Those are our dragons.
And then one of the imps goes, oh, all right, and the alarm just gets turned, like, you see them like relaying it through like the little relay system or whatever, and then like a second later the alarm goes off.
Good.
And Cole's dad, who catches up to Cole, then just kind of starts transforming midair, and by the time he lands, he's human again.
Yes.
Like, he's like shifting his shoulders, like, ugh, every time.
Cole just shifts back to after the mom, her mom gets off. Ah.
And he's like, I don't know how you can turn into the human form so easily.
Practice.
Should know about the times what she had to do in order to turn into a dragon boy before she could learn how to control it. Cool, stop making your dad hot. You do pick very pretty men to be your dads in many of your characters. I'm just saying.
Yes. Dad needs to be pretty. Well, one character, Dad's not pretty.
Well, anyway, this one is, and he says, all right, we're just going to take a look around. But we'll catch up with you in a little bit. And as they head off, you can hear your mom being like, "Stop mentioning about human forms. You're gonna make her self-conscious."
Mom, you had the most beautifulest human form ever. Rocket.
And she turns around, and she says, "Oh, I know."
Sway them hips.
And they head off again. She's chuckling slightly.
Your mom's got that Lisa Tepesh energy of like, oh yeah, I totally fucked Dracula.
In her case, yeah, it's a dragon, but yeah, she does have that energy.
Mm-hmm.
She has that energy. It's like, oh yeah, I fucked that.
All right.
Anyway.
I think that's
Ugh.
everyone who's back. Everyone's back on the ship now, right? Yeah.
Keith wants to check in on Mark.
This will be good.
Oh god.
All right, Keith, you go to check in on Mark. I assume you just go to his workshop.
Yep. I give him a knock to announce my presence instead of startling him.
So as soon as you teleport in and you knock on the somehow established rooms inside of a worm that this is, and Mark's just like, "Oh, what do you want now?" And as you say that, there's another small explosion in his face. He's like, "I'm already making this thing for you, and it's explosive as all hell."
Hey, so yeah, we're about to head over to the Fey Queen with your sister, and I was just wondering if there's anything you needed from us.
And he says, "Peace." And also, slightly, how did it go with those things I made you? The reactions were funny, right?
Well, I mean, everyone else just looked at us like usual, unfortunately. But what did?
Yeah, he says not their reactions, and he says Fable's reaction to having to wear that.
Oh, she was livid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, "I'm sure she's gonna get me back for that, but I don't care. It's a rare opportunity to get one over on her."
Yeah, good job. High five.
And he'll be like, "I'm not gonna do that."
All right.
God knows what kind of caustic materials he has on his hands.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely there's you're doing a great job, man.
And he says, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And he says, "Don't touch anything on your way out, because I don't want to have to explain why you died in my workshop. So, be careful. I've heard stories."
Yeah, I hear those stories go around.
He's like, "Well, if I were you, I would try not to make those stories, but I know that's not going to happen. So just try not to die too much, and don't die here because I don't want to have to deal with the consequences of people being annoyed at me, for unsafe workshop or whatever. So yeah, don't touch anything."
All right. But if you do need anything while we're out, don't be afraid to give us a call.
He says, "No, I got everything I need."
All right. Thanks, man.
All right. As you turn to leave, there's just another small explosion, and you just hear him be like, "Damn it, again!"
What's the progress looking like from where I'm standing?
So it looks like he's been replacing. He took what you asked for, and he's making some custom explosive for this, and he's figuring out how to get it to, not explode every 1 second.
Ah. Hey, I'm just curious. Would it be better if the components were stored in separate containers and then mixed together before they go off?
He says, "No, it's got to be one confined thing, so I can stick it on the arrows and have it actually fly properly."
Well,
He said, "I'm working on it. I'll figure it out."
okay.
And he said, "It's got to be dummy proof."
Okay, fair about that. Did you need a special specific quiver to store them, or
Says, when I'm done, your regular quiver will work just fine.
Okay, sounds good.
He's trying to get you to leave.
Damn it.
Yeah, and as you're talking to him, like there's another something on his workbench starts to smoke, and he's like, "Ah, damn it!" And then it's just like another explosion.
I'm just imagining a giant puff of smoke just coming out of the flask.
Well, it's just mostly for him. It's just like, yeah, and he's just like, I'm gonna get this.
I believe you. Thumbs up. He starts walking backwards towards the teleporter.
And you can see Mark's just watching you to make sure you don't touch anything.
I touched the magic circle to activate it.
Oh God.
That's fine. You're supposed to. Alright. And you teleport back to the ship. And when you get back, strangely, you smell like smoke.
All right,
Can't
guys.
imagine where he picked up that smell.
Alrighty. Hey, your parents are coming with us?
Who was that
Yes.
addressed to?
Well, I remember the conversation about your parents' cadence, but I wasn't expecting to see Cole's parents coming along.
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Dragon Guy, got a question.
He turns to look at you and he says, "What's your question, human guy?"
Yeah.
Best response.
Mm.
When you turn into a dragon, or when you turn back into a human, where does all the mass go to or come from? Does
Oh, good lord.
does it like get
That's
stored
your
into like
question?
otherwise if you had like 500 pound like a 1,000 pound dragon go into the human form that's only 100 pounds, how come the human form is not 1,000 pounds?
What?
What?
He wants to know where the mass
Wants to know where the
displacement
mass-
takes.
Yeah.
And Belloc says, "I don't think a human's ever asked me that question before." And he says, "Magic."
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
You don't have to. It's not a question of conservation of physical laws. It's entirely a question of magic.
And he says, "And my name's Belloc, by the way."
My name is Keith. Great to meet you.
He says, "Oh, I know what your name was."
Everyone's heard of you.
Yeah, said, "I've heard many things."
Well, I suppose it is kind of hard to find a guy like me with a bow and arrow strapped to his back almost all the time, but yeah, sure.
He says, "That's definitely not the stories I've heard. Or
Oh,
the tales
boy.
I've been told about." He says, "But that's fine too."
He gives him a smile and just and a glass of beer.
You
Well-
are officially the legendary klutz.
Yeah, and like he'll take a sip and he'll be like, "It's okay. Could use something a bit stronger."
Oh yeah? Got any recommendations?
He's like, "Oh, the stronger the better." He says,
Hmm.
"Unless it's really strong, I don't feel anything."
He pulls out the bottle labeled Quad X.
What?
You know how usually booze bottle says XXX? There's an
Yeah.
extra one on the back of that. It's the orc crotch.
And he's just gonna take a sniff of it. He's gonna be like, "Oh, yeah, this stuff's okay."
So I've been working on trying to figure out cocktails with this stuff.
He says,
Oh
"Don't
my
bother."
god, they're just Jaeger bombs.
He says, "Don't bother. Everything gets overpowered by it."
That's a good point. Maybe if I infuse it with some kind of teas, something like that.
Did you say cheese?
I think
Teas. Teas.
Please.
Oh,
Look,
tea.
if you want to get really messed up, you talk to Kate.
And he'll be like, "I
She's
tried
always holding.
Yeah, he'll tell you that Orcrotch just overpowers everything. He's already tried because just it takes something pretty strong to work on a dragon of his age and size. He says, and he says, but I'll take this for later. And he like pulls out his own custom mug that has his name on it, and it's pretty huge, like really huge. And he's like, I'll drink this when it's safe to do so.
Kid will pull out the flask and start filling it for him.
Wait, who's drinking this?
Your dad.
Oh God.
It's fine.
Yeah, and like you can see, Jadis's wife is there, and she's like, "Yeah, no drinks until you're in dragon form. You remember what happened last time?"
Oh.
Ooh.
He's like, "Yeah, I said when it's safe to drink it."
I feel like there's a story of, hey, watch this
Right.
behind that particular.
Right.
It's still flowing of Orcrotch from the flask.
Yeah, like I said, this is a mug with his name on it that's as large as like a human.
This might take just a little bit of time.
Mm.
We can start making our way up to the Fey Wilds now.
Should we have bets on this?
Why?
I don't know. I feel like there should be a bet on what Dad'll do after drinking it.
I feel like drinking game with an ancient red dragon is the kind of thing that Cadence would try to pull.
All right, I'm gonna say that you guys get underway. Portal opens. You end up in the Feywild. And I'm even gonna say I would assume you're near the Fey Queen's castle.
That was generally the intent, yeah.
Yeah, that was my understanding. So I'm gonna assume that's where you went.
Pop,
As soon as
pop.
we are back into the wilds, Fable will announce herself.
I don't know, I feel like the giant flying cup holder would probably make our presence pretty well announced.
Well, Fable makes a point of announcing your presence, and then the Fey Queen kind of floats out of her castle towards you. After that, but not before.
Fable will kneel and extend her wings.
And she will gently land on the deck and say, "Oh, you've come early."
We have. If Our Lady does not mind too much, we thought that not only would this place be safer, but maybe we could take the opportunity to enjoy the company of those that we love.
And she says, I understand. Then a change of venue is required.
Whatever my lady suggests.
And she says,
There is
well,
also some business I wish to discuss.
and she says, well then, what I'll do is I'll send your friends along the way and we'll quickly join them after we're done discussing important things.
Wonderful.
And she says, and
As
bring your new
always, you bless me.
subordinate along with you. I can tell you have one now. And that you brought him.
Yes. This is what I wish to discuss. He's interesting, no?
And she says, well, I'm curious to know what made you pick him, but the fact that your symbol, or I guess his symbol's there, speaks volumes.
Yes. Fable will explain the situation and what she wishes for him to be.
Yeah, so just before that, so the Faith Queen says, "Come along," and she grows in size and
Infringement
reaches out
and
her hand
compensation.
for you and Kraken to stand on, and then she says, "Oh right, your friends," and a tiny pixie comes along and moves into the cockpit, and she's like, "I'll drive if you don't mind."
Oh,
she
talk
just-
to me.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she says, "Well, you'll never get there if I don't."
Fair.
And the ship just kind of starts going off in a direction, and then the scenery shifts around it for you guys and disappears in terms of like from Fable's perspective.
Just a little bit longer, and I will see you soon.
And the Fey Queen brings you to inside her castle, where she shrinks down to sit on her throne. She says, "All right, business."
Business. Introductions are in order.
And Kraken, having seen how you reacted to her when she appears, reacts in the same way now.
Good. As you can see, he is respectful.
And she says, "Apparently. And a quick learner to boot."
Indeed.
And
He will be my true neutral.
She says, "Well, I certainly hope he fulfills the duty properly. Does he truly understand everything about this, or is he flying a little blind, so to speak?"
Oh, flying blind, 100%.
And you could like see Kraken's like doesn't even quite realize who he's talking to, like who she is.
Isn't he perfect?
And she says, "I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun educating him on everything."
Oh, he's a lot of fun. Don't you worry. Falls for every prank.
And she says, "Well, I'll leave it to him." And she says, "In fact, I'll even say that going forward, because I trust you so much, you do not need to run your decisions by on who you take as a subordinate. I have complete faith in your abilities."
Well then, allow me to make one more request. Now that he is my subordinate under the Fey rule, he is to have wings as I was given wings.
Oh, that's okay. That was clever. That was clever.
And she says, "Wings, you say?"
Yes. I wish for him to have wings.
And she says, "Looking at him closer, he's not in his true form, I guess you could say. Well, I guess it is now, but he certainly isn't what he used to be.
No.
I take that to mean you want him to be that way again."
As close as I can.
And she says, "Well, I'm not the Queen of the Fae for nothing." And she
As
says,
if there was ever any doubt, my lady.
and she says, "Approach, young man." And he's like, and he gets closer, and you can hear him like under his breath, very quietly, like, "Young," because like he's not super young. he's he's a couple hundred years old, but anyway. But he quietly gets up and moves closer to her, and she says, "All right, let's see what we can do about this." And she says, "Oh, I'm just gonna undo that and make it permanent." And she kind of just touches him, and he turns back into a winged elf.
Does he look the same as he did before? Or does he have a new face and a new physicality?
No, he's mostly the same. He's slightly more handsome.
She
That makes
she used a pretty filter on him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically. His body's slightly more toned, like he's in better physical shape. And she's like, there. And his wings are different, though. As opposed to having the wings that he had before, his wings are more Fey-like. He says, done.
There. Now I have made my promise fulfilled.
And, like, you can see he's, like, looking at his hands, and he's like, I'm back to... And, like, he immediately kneels, and he's like, thank you so much.
You will do much to thank me. Getting on your knees is not going to be one of them.
And the Fey Queen's gonna say, respectful, humble, and polite. Hopefully not too polite, though.
You shall see.
And I'll say, Fable, by the way, you can see now that the symbol that was on his back, that was the cons, and then was yours in Prey Shoes, is now yours in Prey Shoes with extra details representative of the Fey Queen.
Of course. Welcome to your new purpose.
And he says, hopefully I'm able to help people. And he keeps just, like, looking at his hands and, like, looking at his arms.
I look forward to your creativity.
He says, hopefully I won't let you down.
Now, this is still the same day, right?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
A lot of stuff's happened.
Yeah. Though it is getting late. It's late in the day now. It is.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd love to see my loved ones.
And the Fey Queen says, of course. And she says, let's go through this door. And there's just a door.
Yep, Fey transport logic.
And she motions for you to step through the door. And once you do, you're at her little vacation home in Mount Celestia.
Yes.
And she's going to lean down and whisper, and don't tell anyone I brought you in this way.
I wouldn't dream of it.
And she says, and your friends too, because technically you're supposed to go through that pain in the butt immigration thing, and they keep asking you if you want fruit. And she says, I don't have time for that.
There is definitely fruit on the ship.
Oh, yeah.
And also all the potatoes.
And she says, as long as you don't say anything, neither will I.
Not a word. Now I feel like you're holding me in anticipation on purpose, my lady. Is this one of the trials?
She says, no, sorry, I was just having a bit of fun. And she says,
Take me to my heart, please.
She says, all right, they're just inside there. And she points to, like, the vacation house. They're awaiting you. And before you can even get to the door, it bursts open, and your kids start pouring out, led by the three little munchkins themselves.
Corbo's just gonna get on his knee and get some of them in his arms.
My sweet boys.
They're all kobolds, right?
Most of them.
Most of them. Certainly what I will say the leader three are.
Yes. But there are also some other random children.
Yeah. But the ones that have taken after Fable in antics are the 3 kobold boys.
These are the ones that you changed back from undead, right?
Undead, yeah. These are the ones we rescued from being undead.
Yeah, they're climbing on you and talking about what the things they've been up to and how much fun they've been having and how crazy and magical this place is.
Good. I'm glad that they're happy.
And they also talk about how they stole some stuff, and then one of the Fey Queen's people had got in trouble and had to like bail them out of it because they were in Mount Celestia and they're not supposed to steal stuff. But also, the Fey Queen secretly told them that it was funny and that you would probably approve, and yeah.
Uh-huh. I will just listen and smile and rub their backs and shoulders and let them climb on me and groom them and
Oh, and they tell
dote
you
on them.
all the kids have matching trench coats now that the Fey Queen gave them, and they're magical. Because when any of your
That
kids
sounds
now
right.
get on, whenever any of your kids start to climb on top of each other, the trench coats fuse together into a larger trench coat. The more of your
Oh my
kids
god.
clamber together.
Wonderful.
I love them all so much.
They're great. They're definitely
Yeah.
great.
All right. So everyone else, the rest of you are some of you. I think everyone from the group has been in the Fey Queen's summer
Yeah.
house, so to speak.
Yeah,
And
we have.
so, Cadence, your
Cadence
parents.
hasn't.
Okay, so
Oh yeah.
when you get there, you haven't been there, and your parents haven't been there. I'm like, this is kind of insane. Apparently, according to everyone else, you're in Mount Celestia. Not that you can even really realize it because it's been obscured by a little bit of magic, so you don't even see it off in the distance because you're off separate from it. And I will say you feel a pretty strong holy presence here over the whole plane. It is.
Mom, Dad, the realm of the gods.
And your dad, he says, "Oh yeah, you can really tell." And all our travels, we never came here.
Yep, that's at least something new. Always something new.
He says, "Well, that's what being an adventurer is like. Always something new." And he says, "Wow, seeing as we're here and we're gonna be relaxing for a little bit," and he's gonna like lean in and be like, "Let's have a drinking contest."
No, are they gonna let us get away with it here?
And he says, "Well, what kind of vacation spot wouldn't let people engage in rampant drinking?"
I mean, you're right. And I guess it would be funny to see what they might try to do to stop us. Uh, First though, since it is getting late, how about before bedtime we get on with the introductions?
And and your mom says, "Yeah, I want to see him. I've been waiting way too long." And like on cue, it's at this point that those like Fables kids rush out, and then Sunny rushes out, and he's in full tiny cat mode. Then and like he's all excited, and then when he sees you, he just kind of dashes over to you and starts climbing on top of you.
Mm-hmm. She'll like hug him a little, and then like grab him by the scruff of the neck, and then hold him out to her parents.
And they'll say, "Yeah, that's about right. That reminds us of you. You were like that when you were tiny."
Mom, Dad,
Mm-hmm.
Whimsy, Wander. This is Sunshine of the Corona. We found him shipwrecked on an island, and yeah, he needed a mom.
And your dad's gonna say, "Cute little guy, ain't he?" He's gonna reach out to to take him from you,
Mm-hmm.
and then the two of them start cooing over him. And they're like, "Oh man, cute, soft and fluffy, energetic. Yeah, he's a good fit for our family."
I figured. Um, did we ever get? Did we ever decide on like scarf colors for Sunny?
I want to say orange, but I could be wrong. At least
Maybe let's
now.
codify it now, just so that we. How about like an
Sure.
orange, but like gradient to like a brighter yellow orange?
Yeah, sure. Makes sense. Fits
The
the
whole
name.
sunshine thing, yeah.
Yeah, fits the name. Why not?
Cadence has given them their scarves back, right?
Yeah, that was the first thing you did when they were
Yeah.
brought back to life. And you can see
Right.
them on
Yeah,
them
no,
now.
that was the thing. I remember now.
Yeah, they've both got them on on their waists.
And Cadence has hers.
Yeah.
She intends. She's gonna exchange one with Lady Catherine when that happens.
Yep. And as they're kind of fawning over Sunny, your mom says, "Oh, I'm even more proud of you than I was before. If that's even possible."
Oh, Mom.
And she'll just give you a hug and say, "Ah, we really were missing a lot."
Well, it's not like you were given a choice.
She says, "No, but it doesn't mean I'm not sad about it. But we're here
And
now."
Father Benjamin can tell you all about everything else.
She says, "Oh, we've had a couple of chats with him already. How could we not? We had to hear in person about the things that you did as a child."
Hey, I'm proud of those.
And she says, "Oh, I'm proud of them."
Father Benjamin a little less so.
She says, "Oh, you'd be surprised."
Ooh.
And she says, "That might just be him reminiscing a little bit, though."
Well, I'm just glad I get to have my whole family together.
And she says, "We are too."
Although, have you met Fable? Because Fable's family too now.
And she says, "Oh, we met her briefly. We haven't had that much chance to get to know her yet, but we've heard some stories about her as well."
Well, if there's a drinking contest, you might, after the kiddies go to bed, we might get uh, the chance for Fable to get to know you a lot better. And for you to know them.
I'd love to hear what stories they've heard. What is the fable of Fable?
Uh-huh.
Now, I will. They've heard pretty much everything. They are extremely close with someone who literally knows everything.
This is true.
And while
But
she
Breezy
doesn't,
made a promise not to tell anyone anything about anything.
that's true. And so while she hasn't told them anything that isn't already known by everyone else,
Uh-huh.
she still has gone on about those things specifically. Yeah,
Oh boy.
nothing that isn't already widespread knowledge.
There have been stories told.
There's
Mhm.
stories, yeah. Fable's antics are well known now, and so Breezy has the perfect retelling of those events.
Oh dear God.
Right? Like everyone else has like secondhand stories. Breezy basically has the firsthand story of it.
I'm in trouble. Nobody was supposed to know about those things.
I'm in danger.
Yeah.
Yes,
Again,
I am.
nothing that isn't already public knowledge hasn't been shared, but they have Breezy's able to perfectly retell it in a way that Fable would retell the stories.
Oh dear God.
I mean, she's been in your brain. She
Yeah.
knows how you think. She knows how you remember everything. So, yeah.
Well, I guess I know who's writing my autobiography.
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah, if we never cured them of that immortal curse thing, we'll probably write our
Even if you
obituaries too.
do, Fable or Breezy still will outlive everyone.
Yeah. But it would be nice if she had the option.
Yeah. Of eventually, yeah. Anyway, so, by the way, Cole, when your dad hears, even whispered, he hears drinking contest, and he's like, aha! Perfect!
Oh no.
Because he's got that giant mug with his name on it, filled with orc crotch.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Time for a wager. Who thinks that he can hold his liquor?
I mean, pretty sure he can.
Yeah, but
In human form.
Can he hold his liquor? Yes. Can he hold his temper?
I don't know. Maybe he gets flirty. Maybe that's why his wife isn't very keen on him drinking.
Have we ever even seen a dragon drunk?
Ooh.
No.
Not yet, but we will today.
Yee! This would be interesting, a fun game.
Yeah, and like, he's like, drinking contest, and like, again, Cole, your mom's like, not in human form.
That's no fun, Mom!
And
But
she
we still
says,
gotta put the kids to bed.
yeah. But I will say, in response to the that's no fun, she's like, trust me, it's for everyone's good.
Hmm. Okay.
I trust the woman.
Alright. So everyone's reminiscing, you're reuniting with your kids. They're all having a good time. They gush and gush about how much fun they've been having.
I assume Emma's here too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she's there. And immediately upon you showing up, she rushes out to hug you guys. And then
Yeah.
Tornado pops out of Fable's pocket and runs over to her. And grows in size to like the size of a stuffed animal. And she's just holding on to him, feeding him cookies.
Ain't that the cutest shit ever?
We're
And then
gonna
she
ask her like
gushes.
how's everything over here? What you've done today so far?
And she goes on about how they've been basically going on little mini adventures to different places. And she's like, even though they're not really there, because the Fey Queen's not actually putting them in danger, she's just recreating places, so to speak.
Mm.
And they've seen all sorts of different types of Fey and other creatures. She can't even believe how many of them there are. And the great respect that they all have for the Fey Queen. And she's like, the Fey Queen's like the big queen, right? Like she's like the top,
Yes.
and she's like, yeah, and they sure act like it. And she's like, and Preishu, who normally comes in and drops in and looks around, and he keeps hiding whenever he's around.
Yeah, that tracks.
So yeah, they've been going on little mini, basically tiny field trips every day, going to different places, doing different things.
Oh, I'm glad.
And then she's like,
Question.
what have you been doing? What's new?
Question. How would you feel like being a princess?
Oh my god. Damn it,
So you
Shiva.
bring him up.
What?
And she's like,
Give her a fucking tiara so she can feel like a pretty princess.
Yeah, she immediately lets out a tiny scream and she's like, "What do you mean a princess?" Like she's clearly extremely excited immediately.
So
Ooh.
boy. My responsibility, I gotta so my clan, I became leader of my clan, and little did I know the imps decided to change it into me being queen.
And she's like, "Yes, I love the imps." She's doing like a little dance. And she's like, "I'm a princess. I'm a princess."
Yeah.
Abel's making a crown. Puts a crown on her. Sparkles.
Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle.
And she's like,
Ooh, it shimmers and shines in such
It's
delight. I must have
I
it.
say to stop her, she's gonna know easily.
Hmm?
if Fable gets a huge hug and is like, "Aunt Fable's the best."
Ooh, yeah.
Puts on the crown. She's dancing around more.
Did you hear that? The best.
Yeah, we heard. We heard that.
Typical.
Yeah, and then she's like, she's hugging Sombra and she's like, "I'm a princess now." Wait, does that make you king? That probably makes you a king. You're a king.
Yes, it does.
Yes, he's a king, and Blake would be the other queen. That works, right? I don't know how it works. I'll be honest.
And she's like, "Oh, I'm sure Mom will love that."
Oh yeah. So okay, so judging by your reaction, you're cool with that. That's good.
She's like, "Am I
don't-
cool with it? This is like the best thing that's happened ever."
Well, when you get back, I'm sure we'll have Dobby have an outfit, royal outfit ready for you.
And she says, "Oh, I don't want Dobby to make it." And she's just gonna go back to Fable and she's gonna be like, "Aunt
Oh,
Fable, make me a princess dress."
Uh-huh.
of
Fable rubs her hands together. I've always dreamed of you saying that to me, Emma.
And she's like, "I've always
Let's be
dreamed of saying it to you."
sparkle eyes, sparkle eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh my god, Dobby, why would okay.
And I've already got 5 made. I
Of
just,
course you
just to
have.
get.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I only have boys. So Emma's the little girl. Yeah, so I have this beautiful like emerald number with poofy sleeves. And then I have this really cute little sunflower themed piece that's kind
Ooh.
of yeah, it's super cute. Then we have this basic Princess Peach full on bubblegum princess number. And we
Yeah, she's
we
getting
have
like she
one.
gets all excited every time a new one comes out. She gets more excited than the last one.
Yeah, then we have one that's like cotton candy blue and is very Cinderella-esque. And, and then we have one that's like a beautiful, like deep violet purple that has like silver threads through it so that it looks like stars inside of the purple. And of
You
course, there
planned
are
this.
matching crowns to go with each piece.
Have you planned this ahead of time?
Planned what ahead of time?
Yes.
Oh god. Yeah, it makes sense that Fable would do that. Now Fable has a legit excuse to give them to her.
Yes.
Yeah. And like she immediately goes and changes and puts on the sunflower one and she's like, "Look, it's like Mom." She like points to Shiva. She's like, "'Cause that's what you call her, right?"
Yes, that's right.
And then she says, then that means that she needs a matching one.
Well, Dobby's already making one for me, so
And Emma gives you
Shiva.
the look like,
Shiva, your daughter has asked for a matching dress with you.
oh right. No time to be practical. All right. Do your very, very best. I really need help with being a queen. I have no idea what I'm doing.
It is just your job that when people present you with multiple choice questions, that you give them an answer based on what they give you. That's your job. And you get to look pretty while doing it.
Okay.
Don't worry, this isn't the first time I've made you a dress. I've gotten
Yes.
quite good at it by now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Shiva's skin color is red or black?
I actually put it down as brown skin. Let me just
I think you put like bronze
Okay.
or something, right?
brown skin.
Yeah, okay, brown, yeah.
Yeah.
And your hair color is
White.
white. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a sunflower yellow, and we're going to do highlights of like fresh linen white and a really dark chocolate brown,
Ooh.
just to bring out and accent her colors. And we're going to do more of like, I don't want Shiva's dress to go like full on princess ball gown. We're going to do something a little bit more like like Amazonian goddess kind of look.
Woo!
So lots of like long flowing silks and linens. Breathable, comfortable, but elegant.
I feel very, very pretty right now.
Because you are.
And then like she turns to Sombra, she's like, your turn.
Excuse me?
Yes!
My goodness.
Fable grins from ear to ear. Come here, Sabra.
Okay, the fact that you didn't call me Shadow Man makes me more worried now.
You know what? You're right.
Please, please, my king.
Such a goober.
And like Emma's like giving you the pleading look, and she's like, come on, Dad. And then she holds out Tiny Tornado, who makes a pleading look. He's like, like the size of a teddy bear, but he's super fat. And he gives you the look.
With Sombra, I'm going to focus a lot more on the whites as the strong prime color with golden and brown highlights, but I want the brown to come from like bronze clasps and ropes and stuff. And his
Ooh.
is going to look, I want it to be very much the same material as Shiva's, but I want it to be more of like a pants piece, 3/4 pant with a comfortable flat shoe, and then no undershirt, but a long flowing kind of like piece of material that drapes over his shoulders.
Ooh.
Sounds very fancy.
Very fancy.
But open chest, you know, give Shiva something to enjoy.
Open chest, huh?
Right? Very king and I, except like
Ooh.
the Greek
Nothing
version.
wrong with the male boob one, Doug.
Yeah.
Right?
And Emma's just
And
gonna be like,
Emma, of course, Emma gets to get full princess poof, glitter,
yeah.
everything
And,
she wants.
and she's like, and Fable, you really are the best.
Well, my work is done here.
And she's like, now we just need one for Mom. She's gonna be all picky about it, because she always is. But she's like, I believe Aunt Fable can do it.
I already made her an Oh, Blake.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, my
with
other
her mom.
fiance.
Oh, I know what to make Blake.
Boy.
I'll be looking forward to that.
Blake is going to be a combination of Cleopatra from fucking the Ten Command, and Julius
Julius
Caesar's
Caesar.
fucking Cleopatra combined with Raquel Welch's 10,000 BC.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
that's about right. That sounds about right.
Just put those two outfits together, and there's Blake's outfit.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep. Dress with a hem so short you can't raise your arms. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But also like flowing see-through white silks and like woven gold highlights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
And
I
Emma's response is like, gross, but Mama like it.
Exactly. Exactly.
I just realized something. What's gonna make of Sombra's criminal organization? What does that mean?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
A mafia with the higher edge of legitimacy at the top.
Look, here's the thing about mafias. If they stay around long enough, they eventually just end up legitimate organizations.
Facts.
Oh
That's
yeah.
That's some big facts.
Mm-hmm.
Is it though, or do they just buy more legit businesses out the money launder?
I mean, no, at a certain point they just become a government, at which point all their illicit activity is now illicit government activity instead of illicit criminal activity.
Joe's suggesting they be the Secret Service.
Eh.
Pretty funny.
Because if you think governments don't money launder, or
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very literally, that's an extremely fair point. Anyway, so at this point, the kids are ushered off to bed, except for Emma, who's a little bit older than the rest of them, and she's just like off with Tornado, being a princess.
Fable will be telling all the children a bedtime story and feeding them s'mores.
And like you noticed, like at one point, one disappears and you hear quiet munching, but you don't see him anywhere. Like, you know Preyshu and his thing with s'mores, but also, he just has to hide. He just can't
Yep.
make himself show up. And like,
Fable
even at
will
one,
just smile. Just
and at
like
one,
old times, old friend.
yeah, and the Fey Queen's gonna be like, you really need to stop hiding. I'm totally not angry at you anymore. But he doesn't show up.
One of the most beautiful things about being Fae is that we accept everyone's true nature.
And she says, oh, I know, but sometimes they just bother me when they hide from me. It implies that I'm scary or something.
says the literal god.
Let's be honest, my lady. The first time I met you, I was absolutely terrified.
And she says, well, I suppose that's okay. But really, he needs to get over it. It's been too long. I've already said he's fine. And he stopped all
his
this
time.
stuff that was, yeah, he stopped all that stuff, so people are forgiving him. But fine. In his time.
In his time. In the meantime, let's discuss these elves that fly.
She says, "Of course, there would be more of them, wouldn't there?"
And Fable will tell the Fey Queen the situation. And why she's wanting to talk to these flight ones.
And she says, and you can see she's slightly annoyed. She says, "I just dislike how those genies operate. They don't know how to use power properly at all."
And it seems to me that they're laying claim to something that wasn't theirs to begin with.
And
If
she says they do
these
that.
people worshipped, if these people worshipped your Fae, then they were your worshippers, were they not?
And she says, "You could argue that."
So then this is them impeding on your territory.
And she says, "I suppose it could be argued that. In fact, I think that's probably a fair way to describe it."
Which means their laid claim is null and void.
And she says, "I certainly think so, but convincing that Khan is a different story. Even I have to be a little bit careful when dealing with him."
Just want
It's true.
Zergath puppies.
Wouldn't you like to put him in his place?
She says, "I certainly would, but not in a way that would make it harder for these people or for you." She says, "I am
Very
somewhat
well.
limited in what I can do in that plane, in his domain."
Well, what about them? The ones that we're having the meeting with tomorrow? What are they able to do?
And she says, "I'm not even sure how close their connection are to these elves. Depending how strong, they might have a fair bit of influence." And she says, "The elves are certainly welcome to come here. Here I can protect them. There's only so much I can do."
Right. See. Okay.
She says, "But if their belief in the winged ones is strong enough, we may have a little more options."
Well, the wing ones were able to change their physiology once. They be able to do it again.
She says, "It's possible, maybe. I guess it's going to be them competing with this Khan and Eltab and their powers. It'll be a contest. But worship is a very powerful force."
Is this a private
What?
conversation or?
I think so.
Nope.
No.
Oh,
Nope.
we're in it. Okay, cool.
You're more than welcome to be there.
Gonna throw out an idea.
Mhm.
What if LTAB happened to be busy when when an intervention takes place?
You're thinking of a diversion?
I'm thinking we attack LTAB at the same time to prevent him from being able to counteract anything that may happen.
And
And if
they
he loses his control over all of them during the fight, like he may be willing to face us when he's at more fuller strength. Once he's once we are bleh, sorry. Once the battle is joined, and he suddenly loses a bunch of that power, we may gain an advantage.
And the Fey Queen says, it's very possible if you split his attention and his power, it could weaken his grasp a little bit. But I'm not so worried about him as I am about the Khan.
Well,
So-
just throwing this out there. He does want Sergeyev puppies.
She
He
says,
is
I may
interested.
not, yeah, and she says, I may not respect or agree with how the Khan and his people operate, but they can be reasoned with to a degree. Deals can be made.
I mean, maybe we offer him puppies to turn the other way.
And she says, if you go and negotiate him with again, make sure this time to explicitly bring me up and mention my displeasure about this whole thing.
Yeah, funny thing about that, Fable once actually mentioned with the Fae with this one Dow, and they said that they said something pretty insulting about the Fae. Did they, Fable?
It did feel disrespectful.
That.
And she
Oh
says,
yeah, that guy.
yeah, and I'll remind you what he specifically said was that Fae rules and laws don't apply to them.
Yeah, the Fae rules and laws don't apply to them. That's what he.
And she says, and they don't, technically, but it doesn't change the fact that I am powerful, and one must be careful not to gain my wrath. These elves, at least somewhat, seem to be connected to me. The extent of which we will learn tomorrow.
Like, if we can disrupt this, we don't even necessarily have to kill Eltab.
What if
That'll be
Eltab tries to
twice that he's reneged on his deal with Clamsmodius.
And actually, the Fae Queen says, I kind of want him dead.
I
want
mean,
him dead
yes, I
too.
want him dead too.
And she says,
I'm just
no.
talking about using demon deals and that being delicious irony to cause it, but
And the Fae Queen says, actually, he doesn't have to be dead permanently. I know for a fact his suffering would be more if you just take him out where he is. So Fable, take him out for me.
As you command, my lady. And Fable will bow.
All right, we're gonna commit another murder.
Oh my god.
but it's righteous murder.
Yes,
Some
because
things never
When you're killing a demon, how can it not be?
Well, and in this case, this is a righteous on behalf of a paladin's, deity righteous.
Load his
Fable
ball.
is grinning from ear to ear. She can barely contain the cold coming off of her.
oh boy.
Fable's in a good mood.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
with that, who wants to get right fucking schnockered?
Oh wait, wait.
Is
Question:
there any
did the
other business we had to deal with first?
Actually, I was gonna ask: does the Fae Queen know who was the one that beat Eltab, which is the reason why he got banished?
Yeah, she knows.
Oh, who was it?
Well,
Can
technically,
she?
well, no one actually. Oh, no, sorry. See, she doesn't know who got him banished. Sorry, I meant sorry. She knows who. Sorry, I thought you were asking if she knows that you guys are the ones who got him in the situation he's in right now. No, she doesn't know either.
Ah,
Okay.
And
Yeah, that's all I
she'll even say it's actually weird that she doesn't know either, and for some reason she can't figure out why or remember, and that it's really strange.
Something as powerful, something very, very powerful, or multiple somethings very, very powerful.
Yeah, she says this reeks of some kind of agreement between gods.
why do I feel
Did they
like it's
team
that?
up? Are they trying to hide a team up? I feel like they're trying to hide a team up.
I don't know. You can see she is still, when you bring up the fact that when you ask if she knows, you can see she's somewhat annoyed and perplexed because she doesn't know, and when she wants to know something, normally she finds out what it is, and she doesn't have to take not knowing or not getting what she wants as an answer. Yeah.
Ugh. But yeah, you mentioned something about getting drunk.
Yeah, you can see
Look,
Cole's
my dad
is like,
suggested a drinking contest.
yeah, you can see Cole's dad is just like
Which-
got his giant flask, and his wife keeps being like, not in human form.
Can we have a venue for this?
And the Fey Queen says, oh, this will be interesting, so you absolutely can. I just like a large bar just manifests itself.
All right. I'm getting behind that bar.
Cadence is setting out some of her more potent intoxicants.
Yeah, and then the Fey Queen,
The ones that aren't poisonous to everyone but her.
and the Fey Queen remembers the whole Cole's mom constantly being like not inside, and this one wall of the bar kind of just disappears so that Cole's dad can turn into dragon form and like stick his head inside.
Oh my god.
And Cole, your mom's like, thank you, my lady, for understanding my position on this. Like, you can see the Fey Queen is curious to see what would happen, but like in the end, she makes it easier so that he can drink.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. But you know what? We're gonna pause for dinner here. We'll come back
Mhm.
and we'll do a quick little drinking contest, and then we'll continue on with everything else. So we'll pause for
Mhm.
dinner here. It's just after 6, so it's a good timing for this.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So 7 o'clock still or 7:05?
Yeah.
Okay.
7:05.
Time to
Yeah.
go make pasta.
Yeah,
See you guys later.
I did a shit ton of cooking today. I don't feel like cooking right now, so
I'm
I'm just
making
gonna
the pasta.
order. I'm just gonna order something.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah,
got a
can
lot to
I
celebrate
eat
this week.
all
You've
of
got a
the
lot to celebrate
cooking
this
you
week
just
anyway.
did?
So I made like a pizza, but because it was like gluten-free dough, it's very small, and I ended up eating the entire thing. And then I made pate earlier, which is good, but it's like pate's like a snack thing.
I was gonna say that's like that's totally an appetizer thing that goes with like a charcuterie kind of thing. That's not a
Yeah, that's like a thing I like having it as a snack. Like
that's
when
like an
I
amuse-bouche for dinner.
yeah, it's something I like having because it's good for you, and it's like if I get hungry, can't go to bed, I just have that.
Yeah. What I was gonna say, if you order yourself something, I mean, this week you really have to. Oh, Joel's saying to go into channel 2. Can I like? Can we? No, I guess that just means it on my end.
Does he
Anyway,
want me to go into channel 2?
I think he means overall discussion because he can't pause the stream, is what he said.
Oh, all right. I'm
Not
going to
that I.
chat too.
Not, yeah, I mean, I'll do the same.
Yeah.
Hola.
Hello. I had a burst of energy, so I decided to do some exercises.
Fair.
I feel great.
I'm eating a large amount of pasta.
Nice. Just pasta or sauce?
Pasta, sauce, some Parmesan.
Nice. I now have a dog in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, good to clarify. Because otherwise I would want pictures of the dog. Then again, I still want pictures of the dog.
Hello.
Hello.
Two, three. Oh, yeah, I was gonna tell you guys, I managed to get a job interview.
Nice.
Yeah,
You excited?
a bit nervous, but I just hope I get it.
Yeah.
It's well, it's prep cook slash dishwasher. So at the Pure and Simple.
I believe in you.
Jill's gonna like drive me there. How's everybody doing?
Doing good. I've had a really great week, so I'm just enjoying life.
Baldur's Gate 3, apparently.
Yep, that's a well-earned reward for a lot of just being able to pull off some stuff. Like the fact that I got the job at into it is pretty freaking baller.
I'm glad you got the job. Congrats.
Bum,
And getting a giant freaking raise aid in the middle. It is obscene the amount of money they're going to be throwing at me.
Nice.
I'm making that bank. Hi. Hello.
I think she's just being.
Cole's just being Cole.
Yep.
Cole's just being Cole.
I also made an AI song for Joel's character.
Interesting.
You really like. How far have you gotten into Baldur's Gate 3 anyway?
Not far. Well, I just started playing yesterday.
Oh.
I already know what I'm gonna make my character be.
What? Were you gonna make it?
I'm gonna make him I'm gonna make him look like the sun god.
Mine is Gunther.
Oh,
I'm playing as Gunther. It's great.
Oh, when I was at Maydog for Joel's brother's wedding, he taught me how to ride the ATV. It was a lot of fun.
Oh. Be careful with those; they're dangerous.
I'll be careful. I was as careful as I possibly be. I didn't crash in it. That was.
Ah, there you go. All right, sorry about that. Oven being dumb. Anyway.
Who's being dumb?
Oh, the oven. Our oven's janky, and today it decided to just not get to temperature the entire time I was trying to use it.
Fun.
Yeah. Anyway, it's fine. I'm here now. I got everything. So. All right. I know where we left off. There was going to be a whole drinking contest. Yeah. All right.
I'm pretty sure last time we went to visit Fable's folk, Cadence learned a few Tabaxi drinking songs and things.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So, what I will say is, Cole's dad goes full dragon, and I mentioned that's the whole thing. Is he's not allowed to drink in human form. That's a big thing, for reasons that have been unexplained as of right now.
Damn.
And
you really want to see what he's like drunk as a human, don't you?
I kind of do. I am fucking curious.
So it's either an issue of dragon liver size.
Oh god.
Flirtation, or as my roommate guessed, he has difficulty maintaining his human form, and thus any place that he might be in might accidentally become a hat.
That's awesome.
I don't know why I'm so curious.
Or maybe like he gets super destructive when he gets.
I'm fucking curious. Quit it. Quit playing my curiosity even more.
Anyway, if any of you wish to participate in said drinking contest, roll me a con save, except for Cadence, unless you're letting yourself get drunk, in which case
I'll
do
pass. I'm queen. I gotta be responsible.
So I
Me, please.
do.
Green means you can do whatever you want.
I'm
You said
drinking so fucking hard.
oh yeah, you said con, right?
Cadence
Con
is
save,
playing fair,
All right.
so she's
Have fun
not
with
using
that.
her monk abilities to avoid drunkenness.
All right. Fair enough.
Sorry, I thought I heard Kieran say
No,
that
that
he's
was the
joining
wrong
in
button.
too.
No, I said have fun with
No.
that. I'll get you some
Yeah, for
hangover
some reason, I
medicine.
clicked dexterity. And, yeah,
Kieran, get drunk with us.
Ooh!
there we go.
Abel's definitely drunk.
30. I think
I'm
I'm
serving
good.
the drinks. Who wants more?
Kieran
Give me
does.
more. Give me
Go!
more.
Let's go!
Sorry, my thing's opening.
I have to
Core.
find the save for Cole's dad from his sheet. What's his save?
I hate to
Oh,
be
that's
the
right.
Debbie Downer during the drinking contest, but Kieran, drink with us while you still can.
Actually, have we ever seen Kieran get drunk?
Nope.
No.
He's basically never drank.
Come on. We don't know if we're gonna make it. It's getting
Jesus
to the
Christ.
serious shit. It's getting to the serious shit. Drink with us while you still can.
All right.
Thank you.
YOLO.
Woohoo!
I'm guessing Corporal's got it too.
I mean, Fable got the lowest roll so far of everyone participating.
Luck.
Oh, you're like.
All right. Yeah, Fable's not the most con-heavy character.
No, I'm not, but I love it.
Oh, that doesn't mean Fable doesn't get drunk and drink. That's a well-established thing. Ah, that's better. It's not the worst, but it's I guess it depends if you're gonna use your aura to boost that or not.
Yeah,
got
of
it.
course I am.
All right. Well, then you have 20 in total.
Woohoo!
Respectable. Respectable.
So Corporal's drunk.
Yeah, for sure.
Heck yeah. Let's go.
And I'm gonna say most of you get, like, depending on what you're drinking, you're handling it reasonably well. Like, Cole's dad is drinking just a giant keg of ore crotch the size of, like, a person, and he's fine. But
Babel's
he's
playing
fucking,
violin.
he's in full dragon form, so he can hold his liquor to its best. And he
If
ended up
Fable's
with-
doing violin, Corbel's totally gonna try to get in with some pirate shanties.
Some drunk pirate shanties.
Yeah, you know
Count
what?
me in for some pirate shit.
I wasn't gonna. I'm now gonna make you both roll a performance, and Corbel, you have disadvantage for being drunk.
Yes.
Oh, that's the best type of drunken performance.
The
Mm-hmm.
I've got a paintbrush in my hand.
A paintbrush?
Yes.
Okay, what do
that
you do with that
hard?
paintbrush?
I can't get to. Let me see if I can get to my computer.
You got a 33.
I got a what now?
33.
You got 33 because you
Oh,
have
that
a
makes
plus
sense.
17.
Yeah.
That's right.
That makes sense for Fable. That's the expected result. Yeah, Corbel, you don't sound particularly good, but
That doesn't matter. This is drunken karaoke. It's not about how good you sound. It's how convincing you look on stage.
I'm curious.
Charming. When was the last time we played together?
Too long.
How does Corporal sound when he's drunk?
bad.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that tracks.
I'm gonna say this is what
It's
happens.
like a midnight train going anywhere.
And
Love
Corbel's
it.
influence over his stuff is a little less when he's drunk, and Deathclock plays some metal music and from his guitar on his behalf. Like, he might not be doing that, but they're doing it just because they can and they think it's funny, and he's not in the fully mental state to stop them. So it's a very discordant thing. Fable sounds very excellent. Corbel, not so much. He's kind of covering from a little bit, but not that much. And yeah, I will say it does make you can see Cole's dad being like, I want to go inside, and his wife being like, no.
Oh, poor Papa. And
So-
here you are, the ancient red dragon. Yeah, you can't go inside.
She's like, and your mom's like, he can go inside if he stops drinking.
How
Which
much
is
you want to
amazing.
bet that's not going to happen?
He doesn't go inside. He restrains himself. He keeps himself in check.
How much you want to bet he's not going to stop drinking?
No, he's drinking. He's drinking. He's gonna just stay in dragon form outside so he can drink as much as he wants.
Oh, he loves the beer more than he loves his wife.
No, she's sitting out there with them.
Oh,
But she
how
says,
cute.
like, he could go inside, but he would have to stop drinking, and he doesn't want to, so she's sitting out there with him instead.
Oh, Cole's all like thinking like, oh, I miss my boyfriend.
I'm betting he's turned a tavern or two into a hat.
I can confirm that's not what happened. But
Oh?
it's not good.
Oh, that means he was flirting with someone.
That wasn't it
Ooh.
either.
Damn!
Oh.
He blew up an entire town.
Now he might have burned down half a town or two. Yeah.
Ah, I knew it. I called it.
I called it. I called it.
Yeah. Like, and every once in a while he loudly belches, and
Oh,
fire jets out of his face. But he's doing it outside and away from buildings.
Cole's just drinking her drink, just watching the shit go down.
And you'll even hear Cole's mom be like, I told you not to do that. That's why you have to drink outside. So you guys get the feeling that when he's really, really drunk, he can't control
His
his
fire.
flaming, his fire, and he burns down places.
The alcohol ignites.
What?
Yeah.
Fuck
Anyway,
it. No, I'm drunk.
immediately. Immediately.
You think none of these people know how to pace themselves?
Right? Cole's just watching the drunks.
Yeah, that makes. Wait, did you say you're using Tides of Chaos?
Nope.
Well, you already.
Because I know, honey.
You used it last session and haven't rested yet, so you really can't use it because you already used it.
When
You
did
thought
I use it?
Last week. I've been waiting for you because you used it last week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't forget the next time you
Yeah,
cast
but
a
I
sorcerer
didn't cast
spell.
any sorcerer spells, so.
No, I know. I'm waiting for the next time you cast one because you automatically are rolling wild magic.
Fuck, hate you.
It literally says I get to do that in the feature, and of course I'm going to.
Cole's just looking at the drunken friends that her
I
drunken
think there's
friends.
only like 2 of us that are drunk right now.
Yeah, at this point, only 2 of you got immediately drunk. Everyone else is drinking at a more reasonable rate. But then, I haven't rolled for him yet. But, Whimsy shouts, alright, time for the actual contest. Enough of this
Ooh.
holding back.
Should Cadence sit down face to face with her dad and do shot for shot?
That is up to you, but I will tell you that
She'll win.
Yeah, well, he's more than anything, he's actually looking at Cole's dad when he says that.
Oh, it's a dad off.
Yeah.
Ooh.
My dad's better than your dad getting drunk.
Oh my god.
Cole just nudges her with her tail. Nuh-uh.
My dad could beat up your dad.
Alright, we already saw Cole's dad to save. This is Whimsy's con save.
He's got
Respectable. But now we're near what Cole's dad can do as an ancient red dragon. Doesn't change the fact that he's having a good time anyway.
Woo! Go, Dad!
Yeah, and like he starts getting pretty drunk, and then he's like, "What are you drinking?" And like he takes some from Cole's dad's giant mug. He takes a quick sip from it and passes out because the door closed.
Mom, think I should go regain the family honor?
And she says, "Oh, we didn't have any honor."
Cole, you, me, let's go.
What?
Woo!
Alright, let's do this! Let's go, come on!
Barbarian
it.
versus monk, drinking contest.
Bring it, half pint monk!
That's so funny that Cole's saying that to someone.
Hush you.
Alright, just wanted to point that out.
Let's go.
Roll your con save.
I'm gonna regret this shit.
Maybe you will.
Oh god.
Cadence.
That's a pretty high roll to beat. Yeah, you get drunk and lose.
And that's not using her abilities or anything. That's just her constitution save is that high.
Cause I'm
Monk
like,
shit.
fuck you.
I think I've made my point.
And Cole,
Another round.
for the first I was about to say, for the first time ever, Cole, something happens to you that has never happened to you before.
Uh-oh.
Mm-mm.
You belch.
It's gonna be fire.
Yeah,
Duck.
you belch loud, huge flames of fire out of your mouth.
Cadence ducks out of the way.
And Cole, your mom comes storming in and she's like, "Oh no, I'm not going through this again." And she grabs you and starts dragging you outside. She's like, "You're drinking outside."
You tricked me, you monk!
I didn't trick you into anything.
I gotta drink outside now.
Yeah, you're brought outside and she parks you next to your dad and she's like, "You two clearly are related. No doubt about it." And she says, "From now on, you have to drink outside, like your dad."
But
Unfortunate
I'm not
fate.
in dragon form.
Yeah.
Girl, you almost burned the fucking house down.
What? With me?
I love how her voice goes so high that her microphone literally cuts out.
Yes.
Can Shiva join the drinking party, Ma?
I already drank.
And she's like, "I'm not her mom. I can't make her drink outside. She probably not
Shiva!
gonna burn."
You are
Yes.
queen, bitch.
Queen bitch, come and drink with us!
Hey, I'm not a queen, bitch.
At a certain point, I think we're probably all gonna end up outside.
Okay, I'll come with you outside.
I get the queen!
Yeah, well, Cole's mom doesn't make anyone other than the two people who could accidentally burn the place down just by belching drink outside. Only her family, who she's worried about, doing that.
King, don't tell Princess about this, okay?
Don't tell Jax either!
Alright,
Wait.
you know what? I'm gonna call the drinking there. But yeah, so some of you maybe you end up outside eventually when you start getting drunker. If you want.
And so, listen, there was a thing. It's like, you gotta tell them that the right way to govern stuff, you need to have an odd number people on the board. Because that's what I was telling you. And
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Cole is just snoring.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
There's
like-
somber keep before my council. You're so smart.
I try to be.
I'll help you from the background.
Thank you, my king. You're so gonna get it.
I mean, he would be the type of person to help through the back door.
Oh god. Oh god.
Yeah.
Cochinos!
Yeah, I think only Blake has done that so far.
I heard backdoor and I automatically dot 30.
Don't tell anyone about that.
You're nasty.
Shut up. Sorry, you've done anything with Jax.
Hey,
Shadow
didn't you
Man,
give
some
mouth to
things are-
mouth to a sewage person?
Oh yeah. Your daughter.
Literally the first time we met you, you gave mouth to mouth to like a sewage thing. You can't be calling us nasty.
It deserves to live.
So this
Come
is
with
what
me,
it's like to be the
Charming.
adult of the group.
Don't
Mhm.
judge me. You nasties.
Come with me, Charming.
Yeah,
I'm going to show you the softest pillow you've ever felt.
You
I
sexual
like soft
deviants.
pillows, especially when you're the one showing them. Let's go.
You sexual deviants. Get a room, you nasties.
That's
am,
literally
yes,
what they're going to go do.
Yes, but two things. One, I've been very clear about being a sexual deviant. And two,
Okay.
married to the guy.
I'm laughing and I have tears coming out of my fucking eyes.
All right. So it's at this point, Cole being fairly drunk, that her mom's like, "All right, it's time to get her home. Time to like get her to rest." And she's like, nudges her husband, who's still completely sober as a big dragon. She's like, "Come on," and he's like, "Oh right, responsibility,
No,
parenting."
I don't want to rest.
And he just uses like two of his claws and just like picks you up and starts flying off with you.
Ah,
And they're like, "Good night, everyone."
Bye.
Shiva.
That's your parents, man. What do you want me to do about it?
You're the queen.
Queen of my people. They're my people.
You drunk.
So are you.
Fable, before she leaves with Corporal, will look for Kieran. Where is Kieran?
My back.
Just sitting.
Just by yourself?
In earshot and eyesight of what was going on.
These are designated.
Very designated driver.
Is there a drink in your hand?
Yeah, there's one.
Are you gonna spike it?
No. But Fable will approach and go to cheers him. Thank you for joining us, dear Druid.
Mm.
It means a lot, you participating. You know, there was a time when I didn't even know your name. Nonetheless, here you speak. You've come quite out of your shell.
I guess.
It's good to see. I'm glad that we got to know you a little bit better. That you let us get to know you a little bit better.
Well, it's
I
been
don't think... Go ahead.
it's been an experience getting to know this group.
Well, I don't think there's anyone here that doesn't appreciate your advice, your abilities, and even your tidbits now that you've started to bring them out. We like having you around.
Into a freaking dinosaur! Cadence shouts that and runs away.
I could turn you into a dinosaur.
Not today.
But yes.
Only because I plan to go get high with my mom.
As I said earlier, I really don't know what the future is going to hold for us. The big fight is coming. I just wanted to let you know that you are appreciated. We don't talk to you very often because you don't talk to us much, but I just wanted you to know. Thanks for everything, dear Druid. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, that's cute.
Now, if you don't mind, I have a contradictory cleric to take to bed. And then take to bed.
Heyo.
Good night.
Yeah.
And I will take Corval the rest of the way home.
Hey.
Cadence will ask her mom if she wants to go get high.
And she's like, "Oh, for sure. Hang on, let me just go get him." And she goes over and wakes him up, wakes your dad, wakes Cadence's dad up with something, and then like slowly drags him to his feet. And she's like, "I don't know what you were thinking. You were never gonna beat that dragon." And he's like, "It wasn't about winning. It was about trying."
Like a true tabaxi.
And then she's like, "We're gonna go get high with our daughter." He's like, "Yeah, drugs."
That's exactly how it goes. We're going to go get high with this person. Yay,
Yeah.
drugs.
And they're like, "Oh, then what?" Then Cadence's mom asks her what kind of drug she's got.
Okay.
Drugs. Drugs.
So,
Yeah, what you got?
Drugs.
she opens up her kit.
Oh my god.
Okay, so all of these ones will kill you instantly.
And she's like, "Oh, we've
But
seen."
these ones...
She points out to like, she's like, "Oh, I've seen." She points out about half of them. She's like, "We've done some of those in our youth." And she's like, "I don't know what the rest of these are."
We have found just the most interesting mushrooms.
I know
She's
they're
like,
great, right?
Also, essence of pink slime. Because I don't think they would have... Would they have encountered a pink slime?
Well, the pink slime is kept at home, and she's gonna be like, "I did encounter that one. Jeeves mentioned the properties about that one. We've partaken in that. I
Well,
rather enjoy
Mom,
that one."
Dad? And she's just pulls out like a couple select ones. Care to join me on a deep inner journey to the inner mind?
And your dad, who's still like half asleep from drinking ore crotch, is like, "Oh, you don't even have to ask." He's just like reaching for it.
You know what, Dad? How about you have this one instead? And she'll give him something just a little milder so it doesn't conflict with the amount of alcohol he's had to drink.
Yeah, and actually, your mom's like nudges you, and he's like, he's not as good at holding his liquor as he says he is.
Well, at least I didn't get that from him.
All right, so the three of you head off with Cadence's many drugs.
I'm just trying to think, like, Like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, kind of.
that suddenly they were everywhere.
Yep.
We were X miles away from Vegas when when it started to kick in.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like we got Paul.
Yeah,
You're
Paul.
talking about
Oh,
I was
Paul.
with you guys the whole time.
We're having a drinking contest. Join in.
Oh, hell yeah. Did some of that drinking? I hope the
Cole
meat
lost to a monk.
I mean, yeah, of course you lost to a monk. I have just the most godly constitution save.
And also the fact
Constitution!
that, unless Cadence allows it, Cadence can't even get drunk.
Guess what? Ah,
I mean, she was playing fair. She wasn't.
Yeah. But still, a very good. Monks get a big bonus to all their saves at high level. Just
Yep.
monk.
Kopaka, I dare you to try to outdrink a monk.
I just did. Did you see the
Oh.
roll?
25.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Aren't you already like
Ah.
away to go sleepy sleep?
Off table.
Eh,
Oh, also,
the night's still
Kapaka,
young. Yeah, what's up?
knowing this will provoke a reaction, we're
Yeah.
at the Fake Queen's summer home.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Just ooh.
Oh,
Well, I mean, what's wrong with being in the fake Queen Summer home? I mean, you
Well,
know,
she's here.
I know.
Your gift.
As well as I am. And I think she needs her oil rub.
Oh, good Lord, have mercy on my soul.
You just had to go straight for the oil, didn't you?
Yeah, there was the other option, but that's rated R.
Whoa.
So,
Okay.
all right, let me reiterate. There was that other option, but YouTube terms of services don't allow that shit.
That tracks.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Kopaka somehow being late to the drinking contest. Before he gets 2 drinks in him, the fake queen's like, "All right, we're leaving," and she just grabs him, drags him through a portal, and they're gone.
Oh, well.
That also
Bye.
tracks.
That tracks.
We'll be back in a long while. Puppet Burr after sunset.
I mean,
It's already evening, actually.
All right, after sunrise.
You know.
yeah, see everybody tomorrow morning is what we're going at.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going in, all right.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Well, what did you
I'll
expect?
be-
Really? He's
Well, how'd you
consistent, if anything.
You
That's
took the
true.
words right out of my mouth, little one.
That is true. Consistency.
That's lost my sister. Aww. That sucks. As I read your why you weren't there for.
That's okay. Lesson learned, but actually, it's a blessing in disguise.
All right. Well, then I'm going to say, if there's nothing else, we're going to move on to the next morning. Some of you maybe have hangovers, maybe you don't. Who can say?
How can you tell?
If I told you you were drunk, you probably have a hangover.
Well,
Can we-
I'm drunk on love.
Oh, good fucking god.
Exactly.
Kopaka could have left with the Fey Queen, the drunkest he's ever been, and he would definitely not, because she would just get rid of that, because that's going to get in the way.
Yeah, he needs to be fully
lucky.
Wouldn't it be awesome if it actually worked that way?
Yeah, sadly, most people aren't with the Fey Queen, and they can't do that. But yes.
You just got resident doctor.
All right. Anyway, the morning rolls around. Drinking contest is over. Some of you probably have hangovers. Like I said, if you were drunk, you probably have one. Except for Kopaka. No matter how drunk he got, he definitely doesn't have one.
I think only 3 of us got hangovers.
Now there you go.
Cadence and her parents are still actually high.
Oh yeah.
Cadence could at least pretend to be functional while high. Her parents, less so.
I mean, yeah. They're not even trying to hide it. They're just enjoying themselves.
They're on a day trip.
Yeah.
in their mind.
I mean, I imagine lying on their backs, pawing at string.
Yeah. And actually, I will say, at one point they're doing that, and Cadence, your mom's like, just like our honeymoon.
Aw.
Ah, that explains.
Yep.
Wild time in there.
Yeah, they took drugs and played with string, just like on their
Oh.
honeymoon.
Drugs.
Drugs.
All
Drugs.
right. All right. So, next morning rolls around, everyone reconvenes, you have your meeting with the thing, and if anyone doesn't show up on time, the fake queen's just going to teleport you to the group. And if anyone sees
Horrible.
you out of
Charming.
it,
Oh. There.
Meh.
he must have
He's
stepped
that hungover.
away. He must have stepped away from something. All right. But yeah,
I
everyone.
make him the greasiest breakfast.
Yeah.
Give him a pair of sunglasses and a big gulp.
Mmm.
Yeah. And like I said, anyone who ends up sleeping in the fake queen's just going to teleport you there in whatever shape you're in. Whatever.
Uh-huh.
God. A hangover burger. Oh. Running eggs.
Hash
Bacon.
browns and bacon. That's the.
Oh.
Yep.
Gimme.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm. Such
Whatever
fattening,
meat
but
comes
so.
with the biggest breakfast, the answer is yes, and I will have extra.
Oh, give me sunny side up eggs. God, the best for hangovers.
Yep.
That and
I
pickle
actually prefer mine
juice.
over easy, but still with the runny yolk.
That and pickle juice helps too.
Yeah, it actually does.
Give me a glass of pickle juice, sunny side eggs, and bread.
Because pickle
Interesting.
juice is just loaded with electrolytes.
Yes.
Sorry, is this the morning after?
Yes.
Yes, you're hungover.
Not anymore. I guess less restoration on myself.
You
Sorry, no, that one
bitch!
was last night's.
All right.
I had
Anyway.
mentioned that I had Fable make you of the greasiest of breakfasts and gave you a pair of sunglasses and a big gulp.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but
I went to go get my tacos just came, so I'm eating those right now.
Taco.
Anyway, everyone reconvenes, and the fake queen's like, "It's time to go meet these fae." And she says, "Like I told Fable, they are basically animals. Maybe slightly more intelligent than that, but communication will be tricky."
Good thing we have a druid.
Good
These
thing
aren't
we
Actually,
have
yeah,
to do it.
he would
Yeah,
be the most helpful in this.
and she says, "Now they aren't actually animals; they are still fae. So keep that in mind."
would beast speech help?
He says, "Probably not. But more importantly, they are fae," and she's reiterating, which means that they will likely they should follow all of our fae rules in society. So just be careful about what you say and do.
Yep, don't say thank you, don't make any promises,
Unless you plan on keeping them.
don't make any deals.
She says things like that, yeah.
Damn. Okay.
By the way, I'm gonna have Katie cast restoration. So the
Alright.
Follow the rules of hospitality.
Yeah. So the fae queen
Hello.
waves her hand and a portal appears under everyone's feet, and you're teleported back to her castle.
wee.
But she leaves everyone who isn't part of the group in her thing, so like everyone's parents stay behind. And once you're at her castle, she says, "All right, now we just have to go up. And she says, none of you afraid of heights, right? Good. And then she starts lifting you up.
Yeah. Okay.
Kid starts doing somersaults.
And when I say lifting you up, I mean she's not levitating you. I mean she grows in size and just holds you in her hand.
Okay.
And she gets like insanely tall, like tall enough. Like these guys fly high enough above her castle you can't even see them.
All I wanna do, see you turn into a giant woman. Giant woman.
Yeah. So she lifts you guys extremely high in the air, and then kind of holds you out, and almost like a cloud. And
Cloud.
eventually you hear the sound of flapping wings.
Wait, are we bringing Kraken with
Yeah,
us?
he's there.
Okay, cool.
It would defeat the purpose. That was the whole thing of bringing him there.
Yeah, I'm just remember. Okay.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay.
And so, like I said, you hear flapping, and then because it's kind of foggy because you're in a cloud, it's hard to see them until they're really close. When they land on the Fey Queen's hand next to you, and there are 6 of these large, 6-winged birds, basically.
Between birds.
Whoa. Remember Kupaka? Just the ones we got. Remember from the
Oh yeah, those guys.
yeah.
What they doing?
Cadence will bow. Probably seems like something we should all do.
Wait.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
Nice,
Yep,
show
let's
some
do it.
respect.
Let's bow.
Okay.
Does that include in the bow too?
Do I bow? Yep. I
All
bow.
right. So you bow, and they also very gently bow their heads towards you. And Kraken gets to his knees and says, "Oh my God, there are 6 of them."
I
And he's in awe, complete awe. Not realizing who you were actually going to be meeting today, because no one actually said anything.
No, we wanted it to be a surprise because we wanted to see his mind get blown.
Well, his mind is getting blown. He's just literally on his knees, on the verge of, like, crying tears of joy. Like, he is just, yeah. This is a very crazy moment for him.
Fable will put her hand on his shoulder in a comforting way.
And he's gonna
Great
say,
servant. Oh, go ahead.
he's just gonna say, you didn't say we were meeting them and that there were 6 of them.
Welcome to the job.
Sink or swim, bitch.
And then Fable will address these angelic fae. O fellow servants of our great lady, I beseech you, I am looking for information and for you to accept to finish the responsibility of that which you started.
And you get the vibe they don't understand your words, but they understand your meaning. And they can, they can tell that you too are connected to the Fey Queen.
Yes. In fact, I outrank them, don't I?
Yeah, technically. I mean, these guys don't really have any kind of rank at all. They're, yeah.
It is time to serve our lady as much as we serve ourselves.
And one of them kind of flies closer to you, hovering just above the ground. And its beak reaches out and touches the center of your forehead. At this point,
Fable will
yeah,
reach forward and also pet it.
yeah. So you feel, you don't get words in your head, but you get thoughts and concepts, pictures.
Okay.
And you can see what it shows you specifically is that you're thinking probably the first time one of these things encountered those elves. So there was all these elves that were on those islands, having just traveled there from another plane, and you see one of these birds there, injured and dying, and they help it. And it's during that, specifically right after they managed to heal its injuries, free it from the situation it was in, that it bestowed upon them the wings that they have now, wings that match its own. And you also
I wish. Oh,
sorry,
ahead.
and coming through with these images are a thought of like kind of like a loving parent, like this is the great affection that it feels for these elves.
Mm-hmm. Then I'm going to show them what's happened to them. And these antlers that are manifested and created these unnatural, uncomfortable to these creatures that they love. And what happens when their will has been taken away from them and they try to defy this cage that they've been put in. They hate cages.
Yes, they do. And you can, as you're sharing this information back, these images, these feelings and thoughts, you can feel anger coming back.
Are we all feeling this, or is it just Fable?
Just Fable right now, because she's the one communicating with it, because it's the one that who's it's Fable's the one they touched. And
Okay.
as you're getting this anger back, it starts to build and grow, and yeah, there's some intense anger coming from them.
Can
Anger.
you fix it? And this Fable will say out loud, can you fix it?
And as you ask that, the remaining 5 of them fly over to Kraken and envelop him in their wings. And you get the coming back from the one you're communicating with that they can't, but that with their help he can.
Hmm?
He's
And
being
after
turned into a prophet.
so after a
He can
moment
be a
after being
warlock?
enveloped, the 5 that surround him separate from him, and his outfit has been replaced with something that looks like it's made of their wings.
Ooh, fancy.
He became the champion of the flying ones, the winged one.
It seems that I'm not the only one that sees potential in you.
And he's kind of looking at his clothes and he says, I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Though you can see he's still kind of in awe, and even more in awe now that he's wearing these clothes.
Why don't you touch one of them and see if they'll let you know what to do next?
And just as you say that, Fable, the one that you've been communicating with moves and moves its beak to his forehead. And after a second, he says, I'm supposed to talk to my people? To show them these? He's kind of gesturing to his clothes. And to urge them to call out for help.
Well then, I think you better get on that. As a representative of the Fae Queen, looks like you have your first job.
Did you? Oh, by the way, you also included the marks con.
Hmm?
You also showed them getting the marks of the con.
Oh yeah. I don't even care so much about them being owned as much as I care about the fact that there's a bomb in their head. I think we need to get those out first.
Okay.
Then we can deal with the slavery issue.
Okay.
Anyway, so it's
Fun-
after this happens that the six of them start to float away from you, having told you what they wanted to tell you, I guess.
Well then. With the first mission should come a title, don't you think? What are these things called? Like they're actual Fey species?
And the Fey Queen says, I don't think I've ever actually named them. And she says, you name them. I'm too lazy.
I have a suggestion.
Ooh, what's that?
The Uncaged.
Oh, I like that.
As the name of the Fae?
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
Because that also makes it a declaration that those who follow them will also be uncaged.
And what is this guy's name again?
Kraken. That's
Kraken. So then your title shall be Key to the Uncaged.
Kraken Green Monk.
And he says, he's kind of in awe, and he says, that sounds like a very important title.
Titles are important. They remind us of our responsibility. And you wanted to help people. Well then. I think
Yeah, and
it's time you got started.
And by the way, having said that, given him this title, you can see a little bit of his chest in these flowing robes he's wearing, and a tattoo appears there of a key and an open cage.
That's a super.
Perfect. It's his cutie mark.
Oh my god, yes. Oh my.
Crusader no longer.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get on it.
I think we have to go back. I think
Yeah.
we're his ride.
At this point, the Fey Queen starts shrinking because she's just been holding you up there. And then when she gets back to the ground, she kind of places you guys on the ground and then shrinks back to like regular small size.
Thank you, my lady.
And she says, keep up the good work in impressing me, and take care of LTAB.
I will never disappoint. You have my word. As your pillar of sun and snow, I will destroy him.
And she says, good. I can't wait to hear how you accomplish that.
I know you always look forward to my creativity.
She says, I do. And then with that, simply with the I do, she kind of floats off into her castle.
Let's get out of here.
Right.
Back to the ship.
To the
All
ship.
right. Well, the ship is parked right there, so it's easy to get to.
Now the question is, how are we gonna get to LT?
So the
Well-
solution will fall from the sky.
Well, remember my suggestion. We go in while he still thinks that he has the upper hand.
Okay.
all of his enforced followers. Once the fight is joined, Keymaster here frees his people, Moses style.
Yeah.
Thus suddenly depriving him of a whole lot of power. And then we kick the shit out of him. We just have to lure him out into a fight with some, I don't know, challenge?
Pretty good for our standards, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can make it work.
Yeah.
But yeah, the key is to do it while he still thinks he has a shot. Because if we were to sever the elves from him first, he would just run away. Because he's a coward, and he does that.
Well, if he ever tries to teleport away, we got Zergath to keep him in place.
Yes. That is also a thing. Also, we should definitely make sure Zergath understands to not let him go. Just Zergath, that one. He
Okay.
doesn't get to leave.
He's been pretty consistent with that, right?
Yeah, I mean, letting people get away has been a thing he hasn't particularly let happen.
Yeah.
He's
He'll
able
make
to
sure.
recognize hostile creatures, and generally, you guys haven't had a habit of letting them flee, particularly. So, yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
let's go.
And as soon as you
freeze-
draw attention to him, by the way, Zergath's mouth is being like, 'cause, you know, and he almost seems like he's drooling because it seems like you told him he was about to get to eat somebody.
Yes, yes, you're a very good boy? Figure boy.
He's a boy. He's a boy.
His many spiky teeth or spiky tongues, excitedly ready to go.
Now here's the question. Do we do we stop by the con,
Why?
make a deal ahead of time to stay out of it? Or do we deal with LTAB first and then go to the con and deal with that other thing? You know, the whole slavery thing.
We will deal with Khan in time. I think we deal with LTAP first.
Yeah.
My only concern with that is if we start making a mess of things, is the con going to get involved?
Maybe, but then
Only-
again, this could be seen as taking out his competition, and so just lets it happen.
I think he'll only get involved if he knows he can win.
Yeah.
He knows of us.
And if we're kicking the shit out of LTAB, he might be a little more hesitant. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to double check, we just gotta kill him in the plane he's in. We don't have to go after this, do we?
Yeah, I think him going back to the Abyss would be very bad for him.
Good.
So yeah, our objective. How are we luring him out though? Just want to blow up his wall or something?
That is a question for someone who knows how to for someone who knows how to what's the word? Get
Goad?
under the skin of a demon.
Mm. Hey, Looney.
Uh-huh.
I still did like research from the demon lords that outlined with plans of right. Would I know anything that could like lure Elton or to like where to find him, anything at all that I would call?
Here's what I say. Finding him is tricky, but luring him out is possible. You could also theoretically attempt to force him out.
The most likely option would be losing control of.
Well,
Oh.
so you know that there are spells that can forcibly summon a demon. They're
Yeah, but I
generally
don't
not that
have
used.
like a spell powerful. So.
Now, I was about to say, yeah, you know that generally they aren't likely to work on a being as powerful as Zelteb. You could maybe try to force it, and I'll make you roll a pretty difficult Arcana check. And depending on how that goes, you may or may not succeed in that. You could try to interrupt this thing. They tend to get up more on hands-on if they're really having a lot of difficulty with stuff. People are interfering, they might get hands-on and get in the way. There's some ways to go about it.
So, DM?
Mhm.
Sildifix does have Summon Greater Demon.
Yeah.
And could cast it at 9th level.
Yeah. And even that wouldn't be enough to summon this guy on its own, but with a pretty hefty Arcana check, you could try to force him to appear before you.
But she does have a very high Arcana.
She do.
Yeah. So no guarantees, and if you don't do well, if you fail on this, then nothing will happen. So worst case scenario, it's not like you'll lose out on it; just won't work. But it's possible you could make him appear.
Okay. Where would we prefer to do this? I'm assuming somewhere in the area, that way we can drop off.
I think we wanted to ideally do like a medium-sized island, so there wouldn't be enough gravity to
Fuck with us, yeah.
But at the
Yeah,
same
true.
time, big enough that we don't have to worry about being knocked off instantly.
Now I should ask if we're just for rate up summoning LTAB, do we specifically have to be in the Lane of Earth?
He's not going to want to come to us unless he's in the plane of Earth where he's.
No, but we're forcibly summoning him, though, right?
Theoretically, no. It'll be harder to force him into another plane. It's up to you.
So it's best to be back.
Okay.
So
Yeah, let's go with
I didn't know the
medium-sized.
extent of the spell we were using here.
It's okay.
Now, DM, this is a ruling for you.
Mhm.
Would you allow me to have Sildifix cast the summoning, but play Cadence in the fight?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We're just gonna go with that.
I just want to clarify. I'm switching randomly between characters.
So what I think we're gonna rule is that forcing this spell is gonna tire Sildifix out too much to fight. So
That is perfectly fine.
Yeah, Sildifix can forcibly, assuming it works, make him show up against his will, and then we'll be out.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those ones that's going to result in her having like the nosebleed and the.
Now, are you going to attempt? This is the other thing. Based on this spell, are you going to attempt the more difficult thing of trying to contain him? Because you can also attempt that.
We have dimensional lock. Can't teleport away.
No.
But if he's contained, that means he can't just walk away from the island.
You mean like force cage?
No. Literally, the last part of this spell specifically allows you to make a circle on the ground with blood, and then the larger the circle, basically, if a circle's large enough, the creature that gets summoned can't cross it, can't attack the circle, can't even target or harm anyone within the circle.
I mean, I feel like she's gonna try for the circle.
Yeah.
We're going for broke. Every
Now-
advantage us.
No, my only question is, would it make sense to... I know that Forbids would make sense, because the whole point of Forbids is to stop a creature from appearing. But what if I was to cast Temple of Gods, and then she does her circle?
What does that spell do?
I'll put the description up in a bit. My only issue is I don't know if Eltab's going to want to voluntarily go in there. If there's a Temple of God on top of it. It's one of the question for the group
Yeah,
thing.
that might be a bit much.
Oh no, on a failsafe it can't enter the temple, even if...
Yeah, this
Oh,
isn't
okay.
about. This is about keeping stuff out, not keeping stuff in.
Okay, alright.
Well, if push comes to shove and we like have some people knocked down, you could probably use that as a.
Well, no, that has a cast time of an hour.
Oh, never.
This is
I mean,
this
you
is a
could
prepare
make
the battle.
you could give us a fallback position if we need it.
It's an idea. I just don't know. I mean, yeah, we could cast the Temple of Gods near where the ritual is. The only other thing is I'm thinking of is maybe how big is this circle? Is a summoning circle?
It depends.
my bad.
It depends on how big Sildafix makes it.
How
Mhm.
big can Sidlefix make it?
Well, it's a circle of blood. Doesn't have to be her blood, does it?
I don't remember it saying. Let me just double check if it says of the caster's blood or not. Because there are definitely a couple spells that do mention that, but I don't actually remember if this is one of those or not. There it is. Does it say caster's blood or just blood? Oh, it says specifically, I think it has to be. Oh, it's the blood used as the material component, which is the blood from a humanoid killed within the last 24 hours.
That is slightly trickier. Sildafix doesn't exactly go around murdering people.
Yeah, so you need a vial of blood from something a humanoid killed within the last 24 hours to actually cast the spell. I forgot
I don't
about
know.
that.
Any humanoids that we on our list?
At this point, Kraken says, what did you do with the stuff that I exploded on?
Oh. I mean, I guess, yeah, your old body did die. It's a fucking... I'm sure it's somewhere on the ship. She'll
It
like
is.
yell down a speaking tube.
One of the imps says, "We thought you left that there for a reason," because they did not clean up his former body.
Bring me the viscera.
The imps just drag the body up and drop it in front of you guys. And Kraken's like, "Ooh, that's really unsettling to look at your own corpse like that."
Oh, you probably don't want to look at this next part then. As Sildapix gets out her kit.
He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna just," and you could see him like hurrying out of the room.
Little you know, Sildafix is in fact the pioneer of forensic pathology. I mean, it wasn't her intent, but...
I mean, Corwell's done a fair bit of that too.
But yeah, she gets what pooled coagulated blood is still about. And she will measure that and then determine the size of circle she
Yeah.
can make with that.
It's been sitting there for just under a day, so you don't have a lot of time left, but you do know that you can get a few vials worth, so a reasonably large circle. I'm gonna say a circle with a 20-foot radius.
Okay, let's find that island. We did a bit of mapping before, right?
You looked around a little bit, yeah.
I'm sure we've located a handy place for this.
Well, if you ask Kraken, he'll tell you that there aren't a lot of islands that are medium-sized that aren't inhabited. There's the least inhabited one is there's one that has a single person on it who's avoiding
Oh,
us.
I know. Which island?
Yeah.
Someone's gonna have to knock on her door.
Yeah, and he'll actually tell you that the reason why she's the only elf who hasn't been infected is because she's the only one who doesn't have any family or friends and can't be coerced into eating the antlers, which is what happened with the rest of them.
Well, okay, that means, I was wondering about that, if she was the only one that...
She is
Eh.
the only one. She was the town recluse, or whatever, the people's big recluse, crazy person who lived all by themselves.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely get all in her, get all up in her way.
Well, you know which island to go to, so when you head there, you see her shack, and, like, presumably she's probably inside it.
Maybe Kraken should open.
And he says, sadly, I doubt I'll have any more impact than you. She's the only one who doesn't believe in our gods.
Oh, wow. She's also going to... This is just like the most, what's the term? Nihilistic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Eh,
It's part of why she doesn't get along with anyone else, and she's separated
I
herself from
mean,
people.
we're about to save her entire race. I think we could be forgiven just, kicking down her door.
He says, well, you can still ask her. She's probably just gonna say no.
Okay, we'll ask, and then we'll kick down her door.
Alright. He says, which of you is the best at convincing people to do things they don't want to do?
Fable.
Everyone likes a fable.
She could be very persuasive. I can be very intimidating. I think we're probably good.
He says, I understand how persuasive she is.
Fable just like puts on her shit-eating grin and just points at her cheeks and is like, "Who, me?"
I don't think I got an answer to my question earlier about like how big of the circle could we make it?
He said 20-foot radius last I checked, right?
I did say that.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Okay, so 20-foot radius. So I
Pay
could.
more attention.
Sorry. So in theory, where she casts the magic circle, I could probably put a couple glyphs of warding in there
Oh.
with a prepared spell.
Oh, does anybody want a foresight?
Mm,
I mean, I'd probably suggest Fable, just because this is technically she was ordered to do a thing.
I
think
mean,
it's
yeah. I mean, putting it on a paladin is not a bad call.
Didn't
What the fuck was that?
That was the
The bad
opening of a sneeze, but the other part got cut off.
Dang it, Keith! Not the time. Kidding.
Yeah, I put my mic up, but I guess not in time.
It's okay. I felt the vibrations all the way over here.
All right, yeah. Okay, I'll give Fable the foresight, so that's gonna give you advantage on a lot of stuff.
Quarter muscle.
I just need a minute.
So, I'm sorry. What is it that you need me to convince who of what again?
Okay, so the
Uh,
very first lady we met here,
Yeah.
turns out she's a recluse and doesn't like people and won't listen to anyone, and
Okay.
probably won't leave this island, even though
Okay.
we're about to turn it into a battleground with a demon. So someone has to try to convince her to leave peacefully right before we kick down her door, carry her bodily away, and
Okay.
apologize later.
Are we already back?
You are.
yeah,
back.
we're back in the point of.
Okay.
Oh, and she hasn't eaten any antler bits because she's a recluse.
Mm-hmm.
Friends.
I already know what to do and what to present her.
She
You
also
want to
doesn't
force-
believe in the winged ones.
That's fine. I don't need her to believe in anything except herself.
Do you want a foresight to give you advantage?
I mean, I think I already have advantage on this, but sure. It's
Yeah, but
just
it's this, then we cast a whole bunch of shit and go into a fight, so.
So, yeah,
here's
you'd
the
also.
I'm going to offer her something that's very, very important to me. So I hope that very soon I can find. I'll figure something else out. Fable reaches on into her belt and pulls out a very familiar feather that you all have seen her pull out many, many, many times.
No!
God, ad lib.
You're giving away Applet?
We might need ad lib. Ad lib.
Here's the thing. We're taking her home. I
We're
can
just
give her a
borrowing it.
new.
We'll build her a new one, a better one.
Oh my god!
Blackjack and hookers.
Damn it.
If we could take the time, I'd love to just get a different one and not give her mine.
I mean, she might just listen to reason and leave
You
without.
think? Does she seem the type?
No.
Maybe.
Or does she seem the type that just really wants a new puppy?
I think
And a
she's the
new
type who
mother.
just wants to be left alone.
Yup. Yup. Can we adjust the mansion so that we can have other, like, we can bring other people we want into our home, correct?
The
Yeah.
only
Like-
limitation is the number of creatures in it at once. I believe is the only limitation on Magnificent Mansion.
Why don't we offer her a beautiful weekend at a B&B where we can guarantee isolation? Nobody will ever bother her there. They can't. It's a pocket
let's-
dimension.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. So the up to 100 creatures can go in the Magnificent Mansion at once.
She'll be safe from the battle. She'll be isolated with servants that aren't even people, so she can have herself waited on from hand to toe but still not be interacted with anyone. Give her the perfect vacation.
Let's go with it.
Now, here's the thing. And I'm going to leave this up to the group because I've made a few calls that haven't been the best calls lately. So I would like to convey with the group. How do you want me to do this? Do you want me to try to come up with a lie in a scenario and have her think that she won this, or that this is something that somebody has offered her, or that somebody died and gave to her, and then deal with the consequences of that lie later? Or do I straight up tell her that there's going to be a war zone in the middle of her home? I'm getting her the fuck out of there, whether she likes it or not.
I think the latter.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
I can
Sure.
do the latter.
I'm
Yeah.
kind of
hold
leaning
on.
towards that too.
Yeah,
Oh.
same.
All right. Are we there?
You are in the airship outside of her home.
So,
Outside near the island that her has her home on it, I guess.
and there is a building. There's a literal home on an island in the middle of the airplane.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
A single
Okay.
home all by itself. Shack
Okay.
is a better way to describe it.
Is there a door?
Oh yeah, there's a door.
Okay. The Fable will knock strongly.
And in what is it? What's it? What language is that again? It is in Orin, the language of air elementals.
Mm-hmm.
She shouts, "Go away!"
I may not know what she said, but I sure know connotation when I hear it.
Yeah, you may not have technically understood the words, but you know when someone tells you to fuck off.
Cadence understood the words.
Me too.
And Kraken says, "Yeah, that's
Fable,
what I expected."
Fable's gonna take her paint. Actually, how strong is this door? Like, what am I looking at here?
About the strength of driftwood.
I'm gonna punch through the door. And I'm gonna
Okay.
rip it off the hinges.
Okay then. You rip her door off its hinges.
And then I walk in. I am sorry, but I am running out of patience for an invitation.
She's kind of like in shock that you just like punched through a door and then ripped it off, and then she starts yelling at you, and she's like, "What the hell are you doing? Get out of my house and fix my door and leave me alone!" And at this point,
Ah, so you
Kraken's
do know how to communicate when the option strikes you.
so she's saying this at Orenstove. Kraken's just repeating
Ah,
what she's saying to you. Yeah.
I see. Silence, or I will silence you.
And Kraken's gonna say that in Oren, and she's gonna stay quiet for a sec and kind of glare at you.
You have no idea how lucky you are right now. Because despite your attitude, I am not going to let you die today.
And
Do you understand?
and she definitely looks confused at the not letting you die today part. And
In
Kraken says, she says, what the hell do you mean not letting you die today?
in a few moments, there is going to be a large battlefield where your home now stands. I do not wish for you to be caught in the crossfire. Despite the fact that you are kind of a bitch, I don't think I would like the way that I look in the mirror at the end of the day. So you are very lucky, because I am very rich. So here is what I offer you. I'm going to make sure that you go somewhere safe. You are going to go somewhere that is lavish. with everything that your heart could possibly desire, besides the ability to create kindness. And you will be able to have everything in isolation and perfect peace and quiet for a day or two. Then I will let you out. I will let you have your souvenir t-shirt and keychain and send you on your way. Healthier than when you left. I'll even put some gold in your pocket. But either way, you're getting kidnapped today.
Okay.
Whoa,
So-
what the fuck?
That was a bit loud.
What was that?
I have no idea what that was.
Yeah, that was crazy. Okay, couple things. One, when you call her a bitch, and specifically when that's translated, you can see she's deeply offended by that. And then as you're talking, her mouth kind of just starts to open, and she kind of just stands there open mouthed as this is translated to her. And then eventually she stammers out, "But my house."
We'll be safe.
We can make sure that you have what is important to you that we can take with us right now, and we can rebuild this home. We can rebuild you a better home.
With the door, we can't rip off the hinges.
All right. And finally, I'm going to give you a choice because it was kind of a bit threatening. You can either roll persuasion or intimidation for this.
Persuasion.
I figured that's probably what you chose, but anyway.
Yeah.
I was going to let you have intimidation if that's what you wanted in this moment.
I know I'm writing a line, but I'm not trying to be threatening.
That's what
I'm
I said.
trying
That's
to
why I was
be-
giving you a choice, because it was kind of threatening-y, but not like not an actual threat.
Yeah. I'm putting all the cards on the table. I'm not holding a knife to her throat yet.
Hey, nat 20.
Nat 20.
All right. So, like I said, during this whole thing as it's being translated, her mouth is open. It's starting from when she was called a bitch and where her mouth fell open, and then it kind of just kept staying open the entire time you talked. And then she stammers out, "My house," and then you say that you'll rebuild her a new house. And she's just sitting, she's just like in shock, and Kraken's like, "You have to leave." And she's just like, and she just kind of lowers her head and says, "Fine, it's better than dying."
It is, I promise. And you will be taken care of. It'll be like a vacation.
She says, yeah, whatever. She grabs a bunch of her stuff and heads out of her house, and she's like, "Take me wherever, I guess."
Let's take her wherever.
Alright. You open the door to the magnificent mansion, and she's like, "What, in there?"
I assure you, it's bigger on the inside than it looks.
She's kind of looking around because there's just a door that's just like sitting there. But she opens it and steps inside. And then she's looking around and she says, "Where is this?"
This place is nowhere. That's what makes it so safe.
And she says, "Fine, whatever. Let me know
We will
when I
have
can
one of
go home."
We will have servants directly addressed to you and they will lead you to the guest rooms. There is spas, there is entertainment, there are gardens, there are libraries. You are welcome anywhere here except any of the members' private quarters.
And one of those invisible servants, with just like where you can just see like the little suit, comes up, and you can see by like the sleeve that it's motioning for her to fall, and she's like, "This is weird."
The food is limitless. The beds are comfortable. Welcome to our home. Make it yours.
Yeah.
And she quietly walks further in, following the servant, just looking around.
Fable takes a deep breath, shakes out her hands, lowers her shoulders.
Okay, Fable?
Yes, I'm fine. I don't usually enjoy that tactic. I'm glad that it went as well as it did.
On the plus side, you don't have to give up ad lib.
This is true. And Fables, she hasn't even realized that she's been gripping tightly onto that feather this entire time. It's not until now that she finally just lets up on the grip and she's like, oh yeah.
Meanwhile,
go get-
outside, Phildafix has been spreading blood around.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and Kraken's like, "It's so weird to see your own blood being thrown all over the place."
I mean,
Also
it's not
makes
like
sense.
we were using it anymore.
And it's just like, right.
Still want Fable? Do you still want the foresight? It's gonna give you an upper hand on L if this works.
I feel like we've accomplished what we needed to accomplish. I will always take whatever spells that any of you wish to cast on me. But if you feel like you need it for something else, I can take care of myself despite what you may believe.
I know. It's just.
I know
Oh,
I haven't been showing it much lately.
it's not that we don't think we can take care of yourself. We care about you so much that we want to do everything we can.
I know. It's just been a lot of hits to my pride lately.
She'll like
Kraken
give her a hug.
yeah, and actually Kraken's gonna chime in and say, "Doesn't what you just did count as something to take pride in?"
I don't usually. I don't usually take pride in my ability to manipulate people, to read them and say what I need to say to get what I want.
He says,
It
"But
has kept me humble.
he says, but in this case, didn't you just save her life?"
I did. But I was not kind. I was not honest. I suppose I was honest. But I was not the good person there.
And he says, "You're probably not as bad as you think you are."
I've been told that. But I need to think I
He says, "So I would say that she doesn't think you're as bad as you think you are because I was slightly nicer about what you said."
am. I do what needs to be done. History will decide what I am when I am
He says, "Well, I'm convinced that you're nice and you're good."
done. Thank you.
Ooh.
And
What
then
does
he says,
foresight do again?
Gives
Advantage
you
on everything, basically.
advantage on everything, and if anyone attacks you, they get disadvantage.
"Yeah,
Oh,
And it's
throw
from
that on
charge-
Cadence. That'll be hilarious.
Oh,
it's just the 9th level divination spell. You know, like one of the most powerful spells in the whole game because it's an 8-hour buff that doesn't require concentration."
oh
I mean,
wait,
if you
yeah.
throw that on Cadence, it'll be hilarious.
Actually, that would be a good idea.
Considering Cadence makes the most amount of attack rolls.
Okay.
Every attack with advantage?
And for 8 hours too. And it's not a concentration spell either.
I'm only asking because Fable doesn't want it right now.
Okay, Crystal, have a good night.
Alright.
See you next week.
Yeah, we'll be
Bye,
looking.
Chris.
I'll be
That's
honest,
enough.
I don't think we can get into combat
muted.
anytime soon.
No, we're not gonna start the fight now. But we're gonna get
Oh,
the
now she's
last.
gone.
We're gonna do the
Yeah.
last bit of the prep and stuff for it, and then we're gonna call it. So not
Alright.
quite yet.
Alright. In that case, I already said who's getting the 10 hit points. Sombra, Fable, Corbel, Cadence, and Paka. You get 13. I'm gonna cast Foresight on Cadence. Want?
And actually, yeah. While you're doing this prep, I just realized I do want to, before we end the session today, have Field Effects actually make that Arcana roll to see if this even works or not. I'll be for not.
Sorry?
If Field Effects also, before we end today, we'll need Field Effects to roll that because this may all be for not.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, the problem is Foresight's a minute to cast, so
It is. So I'm not saying you're at this point you're casting that spell. Field Effects set up the blood thing.
Oh,
Like you're doing your prep, and then we're gonna have that Arcana check, and either it is gonna work and LTAB will appear, or it won't, and you will have just cast that spell for nothing.
All right. Before
Now-
she casts a spell, Corbel would like to cast a glyph of warding.
I'll remind you that depending on what you're wanting to do in it, it takes an hour at least to cast it, so it takes a
Yep.
while. And then on top of that, depending on what you're doing, it has additional things.
So what I wanted to do was I wanted to shove a spell into it.
What spell?
I was thinking because we need a 5th level spell for the ward and a 5th level spell slot for the spell itself. I was thinking going with the Dawn spell. Haven't used that one in a while.
Oh yeah, just let me make sure that there's nothing, because Glyph of Warding does have some. I think it has limitations on the spells.
Or the other thing I was tempted to do is Greater Demon Explosion. I just don't know that Greater Demon Explosion would work.
So the target the spell you put in there must target a single creature.
Or an area.
Oh yeah, or an area, yeah.
okay.
Okay, hold on. Greater Demon Explosion. You can make a demon with a CR up to 2 plus your cleric level.
What's your cleric level?
17. I don't think it's gonna cut it.
Yeah, I
So
don't
that's
know
a
what
19.
CRL tab is going to be.
Definitely more than 20.
Is it more than 20, Looney?
I don't need to tell you anything about his stuff, and I'm not going to.
I think it's reasonable to assume it's more than a CR 20.
Hmm. Okay. And
So
maybe
if I just shove a Dawn spell in there, it's a good amount of damage for a solid minute. The only issue is that it's an AoE, and that could potentially get in the way of other people. So that's why I'm sort of wondering if maybe
And also, concentration spells wouldn't last either because you're not concentrating on them.
Nope. It says in the wording there, if it's a concentration spell, it'll last until the end of the duration.
Oh, all right. There you go.
Yeah. The other thing I was thinking is the geese spell. I was considering the geese spell. And the geese I was thinking of putting on it is stand still. Or, sorry, don't move anything. Or don't move at all, rather.
Somehow I think he's going to resist that.
Yeah, but hey, if he wants to resist, that's his thing to burn a thing on, to resist. If that burns a legendary reaction, like, by all means, it's either that or a higher level inflict wounds, but that feels lame. And he's a god, so he's going to be immune to disease, so no contagion.
Not really God.
But they're immune to poison.
That's
Well.
yeah, immune to poison, immune to fire. Definitely expect legendary actions and resistances.
Well, before anything, with the foresight, even if this doesn't work, foresight does last
8
for
hours.
8 hours.
8 hours.
Correct.
So that's 8 hours for us to come up with a plan B.
Yep.
Yes.
And honestly, if this does work, I'm thinking of going devil this one.
I don't think Shiva can do a help action for this one.
No one else can help you. You're gonna roll this on your own for this Arcana.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone wants to tap her with a
guidance,
it wouldn't hurt.
Yep, we're guidancing her. We're gonna give you a D4.
Also, Looney, by the way, I'm going Devil Shiva on this.
All right, that's fine. So which spell are you putting in the thing, just so I know?
We're gonna put geese, and the command will be don't move at all.
Okay. All right. Well then, I'm going
Gath
to
on
have.
standby.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna roll the Arcana.
Yes.
Come on, Silverfix.
Roll that Arcana check. Let's do it. And could we be like within? You know what? We're gonna use our divine intervention roll on this. We're gonna roll a D100.
Oh my god.
Okay. Nope. Nothing.
Ah.
And then I would like to use give her the help action. And what I would like to do is.
I just said you can't help in this.
We can't do the help action.
Oh,
this
fuck.
is
Okay.
Not
what about
No advantage, no help action.
No divine intervention because I'm not a level 20 cleric.
What about luck?
Could that be luck, DM?
I mean, it's a D20 roll, so I guess so.
All right, take my luck.
On
32.
Better.
That is better.
32 plus 3.
Makes it a 35.
And it's a good thing that you used that luck because the previous roll was not good enough.
I was suspecting that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna flavor this as Sildafix is casting the spell. She starts losing control of it, and then finally claps her hands together and finishes the casting.
All right.
With a burst of energy, and then she falls over.
Just so you know, this is what I had written down before you did it on the DC.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no. Ah! Yo, you made it by one.
Technically by two.
Oh, skin of our teeth.
I
Like,
have that
not an
now.
impossible roll, just difficult with my rolls always being kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, with the 17, that was within your grasp, especially with the guidance on top. It was hard. I said it was going to be really hard. And it was harder because you were trying that thing.
Uh-huh.
Originally,
I imagine
tried
there's
it on.
like a detonation of energy and Cadence's flow is thrown clear.
Yeah, Sildafix is knocked unconscious and flung out to the side.
Oh shit.
We.
Yeah. Kraken's
Oh,
just gonna, like, drag her off and go to the ship, because he's not getting involved in this either.
yeah, don't get involved. Go save your people.
Yeah, we could say that. No, he could just fly. He could just go do that himself. We did tell him what to do, right?
He has an understanding of supposedly what he's supposed to do. He doesn't quite
Yeah.
understand how that's gonna help, but that's what he's supposed to do, so... What he's gonna do.
Yep.
Alright, and anyway, so Silverfix casts the spell, is flung off to the side. And actually, I guess Kraken wouldn't be there because he was off doing the thing he still has to be doing at the same time. So
Yeah, well, somebody from the ship hauls her away.
yeah, a bunch of imps, the imps that are always carrying her around in the first place.
Yeah.
Fly
Oh,
up
she's
there and
passed
start-
out. We better carry her.
Yeah. And, like, they have little badges that are like, Team Carry the Sleeping Wizard.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And there's just, like, a really crudely drawn image of, like, a horizontal Sildavix. Like, it's like a stick person with a wizard hat being carried by a bunch of imps. Anyway, so Sildavix is flung to the side, and the whole island starts to shake and vibrate. And a dark portal appears in the center of the bloody circle. And then there's Eltab standing in front of you.
We meet again.
No, we
Cadence
never met
waves.
him.
Yeah, I don't actually think you've ever met him in person. Pretty
No,
sure.
we haven't.
Oh. But we foiled him in the past.
You did foil him once. That is
Yeah, we
true.
did.
That's the thing you did. So just so you know, Eltab is a large, very thin, lanky demon, probably about 10 feet tall. He has about 8 arms. Each of them almost look like tree branch-like, and they're jagged and angled, and they have sharp claws at the end of them. On his head, he has 6 large, pointy antlers. And his head and face is kind of like deer-like snout and face. So yeah, and his whole body is like the color of like a dead tree, like really gray, like that kind of dark red eyes. And he doesn't seem happy.
I don't imagine he does.
Nope.
So there's the geese spell. So I would, if he appears, I would trigger the geese spell. See if that
he's
works.
He's immune to being charmed. I'm not even rolling.
Ah, well,
Yeah, saw that coming.
Yeah.
You had to know that was unlikely to happen.
yeah, well, it was worth a shot.
It was worth a shot, but yeah, that those spell slots are wasted. However, as for the other thing, the last thing I'm going to do today before the end is I'm going to roll the charisma save that he must roll for this spell that summoned him, because there is a charisma save after being summoned, because there's a secondary effect to this spell.
Hmm.
Yep.
So I just closed her sheet, so I don't have Soldafix's DC right up with.
Oh yeah, that's true. It is whatever your DC is for the save.
I will reopen the sheet.
Mm-hmm. I would appreciate that.
21 spell save DC.
Okay, so he's very likely to pass this.
Yeah.
Let's just see what he rolls just of it.
Yeah, just so you know, when the creature is summoned, there is a chance, so I'm gonna roll this. If he fails the save, he will be forced to obey your commands for a turn.
Too bad she's unconscious.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah.
Ah, that's a fair point. I'm still gonna roll anyway.
18
Yeah, I
charisma
didn't think
save.
so.
Yep.
Probably have to- Okay, made the save.
Yeah, so she doesn't have control over him. It was unlikely to work. It was probably not gonna happen, but I still made the roll anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, he would have needed to not fail then. Even then, he has the ability to reroll anyways.
Mm.
Yeah, he would have had to fail it twice.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, I definitely would have used one of his legendary resistances if he'd somehow failed that. I definitely would have done that.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we just gotta murder him.
What? Death and destruction. Let's do murder.
Alright, but we're going to call it there for today, and we'll
Yeah.
next week.
Oh, we're just getting
Starting with the fight.
started.
And next session, we get to kill a god.
Oh my
Ooh.
god.
Not a god
Oh.
yet.
Figurative god.
No. When we kill
wanna-
Clam's yes, then we can say we've killed a god.
Yeah, Eltab is way weaker than that.
Yeah.
This
I
is
want
a
to
warm
kill
up.
a god.
Yeah, Eltab's not
I
even.
mean, I have a list, but
Yeah, Eltab's not even as strong as a demon prince anymore. He's a former demon prince.
Yeah, he's the weakest out of the demon princes. But this is gonna be practice.
And even technically, you're still not even killing him. You're killing him, which is just going to send him back home.
That's the
Which
plan.
he's really not going to like.
Yeah, where a fate way worse than death awaits him.
That's the plan.
Yeah, not going to be a fun time for him. I will say, he's very upset at having been summoned.
oh, I hope so.
It never occurred to him that you would try that to force him to, like, forcibly summon him.
I was actually waiting for him to say something.
No, I'm not gonna do a speech because some people have already left for today. We're gonna do that at
Okay.
the beginning of next week, because then that's when we're gonna roll initiative. That's when we'll do the whole thing. So we're ending it there for today, with him being very angry.
But we are going to be fighting him on a battlefield of our choosing, not his choosing.
Yes.
Yep. We've already got a surround on him.
He may or may not be able to summon minions, but
Oh, he can.
If
I mean, I'm pretty sure he has a spell that can
He does.
summon.
He can summon minions.
oh yeah,
but we got a Zergiath. We got a
Yes.
and crucially, he's literally in the middle of all of us. So depending on how the initiative rolls or how everything else goes, like it's not like we're jumping him in the middle of his castle and he has all his minions right then and there.
Look what you did. Now I'll never get my deposit back. That's Mom's deposit. She paid for it.
What?
Wait,
What the
what?
fuck? Jamie.
What?
Huh?
we could hear your TV.
Sorry.
Oh, Paul,
And
that
the
was
other
you
thing-
who did that loud glug 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 thing, wasn't it?
The other thing to
No,
keep in
me?
mind.
Hell no.
The
Please
other
don't use the soundboard quite so
Don't
loudly.
let me forget. Don't let me forget if I have forgotten. Because of the whole blood thing, remember the whole blood thing, and he actually the 30 was enough to make it so that for the first round of combat, he's not going to be able to hurt you.
So we
get one free round to kick the shit out
Hell
of him.
fucking yes.
Wait, isn't he-
And I'm a monk with advantage.
There you go. But I'm
We're,
barbarian,
we're,
out for blood.
we're gonna wreck him.
Just remember, no fire, no poison, because it won't work.
Oh,
Wait,
So-
that means us one round will literally just all hit him with our best spells.
Yeah.
Just pound them with radiant.
Yep. So that was the Blitz circle. You got you made that harder on yourself. You
don't
chose the
know.
hard thing, and you made the DC. So that's what you get from it. One
So
entire
just-
round where he cannot harm you.
Actually, I just realized something. I know he's like an ex demon lord, but like he's not immune to necrotic.
I'm not gonna say you have no idea what he can or can't do, what he is or isn't immune to. You have no idea because no
Yep.
one knows.
My assumption is radiant will hurt him more than anything else because god magic.
What I will say is he's gonna have an entire round where he cannot target you guys with anything. So at best, he's gonna do one thing. The one thing he can do. He can summon something, but he cannot harm you.
Well,
Yeah.
see you next week.
See you next
Next
week.
week.
Oh my god, we're doing this.
We gonna do it. Although I don't know, part of me feels like
Hang on one
Looney
second,
hasn't
maybe we'll-
mentioned something else, and you might have something else up his sleeve.
Hang on.
I expect this will be a pretty good film.
Yeah.
No, Looney, he has a whole week to prepare us a surprise. So,
I mean,
My, hey,
Looney's not going to go
Kopaka
easy on us, but
Kopaka can now crit on, what is it, a 19 or an 18 now?
I don't know.
19. I think you can crit on a 19. Last I checked. Brutal critical, right?
Oh no, but he got an upgrade on his critical thing from Barbarian.
improved critical.
What
or
does improved
improved
critical?
crit
Does it
range
just
or
more
whatever.
damage, or does it increase the range?
I don't know.
I know brutal critical is extra damage.
Looking it up.
Yeah, brutal critical is extra damage.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, if he can get
I
a
believe
crit
it's
in, and I can do the double damage thing, like, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Oh, I can't wait to use like my blade thing for like the bonus action. Blade of Disaster, because that's a bonus action. It's like 2 attack.
Yeah. So
Oh
remind
yeah,
me, how many levels
Kopaka now
of
has a sword of
Barbarian?
answering.
Yeah.
I have my what?
You have a sword of answering now.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that thing.
And remind me, how
Anyways.
many levels of Barbarian did you
Good
do?
night, everybody.
Good night.
Right.
Right.
Sorry, you said- Night.
Wait, who?
You have
Continue.
17. Yeah. So your brutal critical is, I think it's, I want to say it's 3 additional. Yeah.
For, yeah.
So if you, let's say you get a crit Paul, and you would normally get like you rolled D12, so the damage you would roll an additional on top of doubling it from a crit, you then get an additional 3 of that die, so 3
Yeah.
additional D12s.
Whatever the base die
let's
is of the
say you
weapon
roll,
attack.
let's say you were rolling you rolled a weapon and it did 2d12 as a really base example. If you got a crit, you'd be rolling 4d12 and then an additional 3d12 for your brutal critical.
Ah.
Yeah.
then I
So you want to use a weapon that has a D12 as its base damage.
And then in addition, I believe I think I gave you double those dice on a crit with your club, I want to say. I think is
Yeah.
what I did.
You want to be using your club and fish for crits.
What did I say? What did I say on there? Let me look at this now.
Remind
Oh
me.
no,
though.
it's triples. Yeah,
Next
sorry.
time
If you get a
around.
crit, you do triple damage instead of double. That's right. So yeah, if you get a crit, Paul, you actually would roll 6d12 and then 3d additional ones.
Oh, I see. Bludgeoning.
Plus, you're factoring in his like new clam weapon, right?
Oh, that's a crit. Think.
Paul, what are you doing?
No, just testing out the crit.
You're unlikely to get a crit. I mean, I guess you could. You have about a 5% chance every time you click it to get a crit.
10%.
Yeah. Oh, we going to
Wait,
get
10%? I don't remember.
Because he's got a 19 and a 20.
Does he have the increased crit range?
Yeah, no, because he has 3 levels of champion.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You're right. Yes, you're right. He does have the I forgot about that. The improved critical. That's right. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
correct. Yes. Yep. Yeah, 19 or a 20 gets you a crit. Which, coming from you now, is all the more dangerous.
Joel, if you're here, you can end the stream.
I don't think he can end it remotely. Remember, he
Huh?
said he couldn't
He's not
pause
with
it.
you?
No, he's at a.
No, he's at his
function.
thingy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought
Family
you
function.
were
Wait
both.
for
Oh yeah,
them.
you weren't around for that. But yeah, Red's at a family function.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, but he also earlier he said he couldn't end the stream pause it remotely. But I wonder if he can end it remotely.
You'd have to tell him to. If anything, we could just go to D&D chat 12, or Kopaka, you could just mute him or deafen him.
They're deafen.
Yeah,
No,
you can
that
deafen
only,
him.
that only does it on his end, like not for everyone else. That's not how it works.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Actually, Kopaka, you want to just drag Red to D&D chat 2 then?
For what?
Oh wait, I can
'Cause he's
disconnect him. We can disconnect him.
Because he's recording right now. So if you
Oh.
move him to D&D chat
Oh,
2.
Wait, why don't we
yeah,
just disconnect him? Why don't we just disconnect him from Discord?